The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and Gallery, please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by Pastor Scott Wall of Capital Commission here in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. Today's word is words, what we say, obviously the importance of words. Proverbs says that life and death are in the words. I want to read you another verse from Ephesians 4. That's what I'm going to be praying about words. Let no unwholesome word proceed from your mouth, but only such as is good for building up, as fits the occasion, that it may give grace to those who hear. That's what I'll be praying for, is how we use our words today. Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, as these members gather to deliberate and decide on matters that impact millions of people, we ask that you remind us of the power of the word. May the words spoken in this chamber reflect integrity, reflect truth, reflect compassion, and help each of us to speak only when it's helpful for building others up, speak only words that heal, not harm, and let every conversation be filled with grace, bringing benefit to all who listen. Please give each of us a heart that seeks to debate with dignity, and in moments of disagreement, may respect reign. And may we measure every word and the manner in which these words are delivered by your standard and not ours. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Terry Leo Wilson of Galveston County to lead us to the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Members, let us reflect on our freedom and the history that we have in this nation, the greatest nation in the world. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And to the greatest state in our nation, Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Please excuse Mr. Paul because of an illness on motion of Mr. Frank. Please excuse Mr. Smithy because of important business on motion of Mr. Darby. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Dana Sprout from Austin as our Doctor of the Day. Members, join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 6, Leach, sponsor Perry, relating to discipline management and access to telehealth mental health services in public schools. Committee substitute amended. The Senate has concurred in the House amendments.
That's not good, is it?
The following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral. The clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
SB 511 by Betancourt, relating to prohibiting an officer or employee of the state or political subdivision of the state from distributing certain voter registration application forms and the notice of availability of such forms, creating a criminal offense. Referred to the Committee on Elections. SB 719 by Eckhart, relating to the collection of information on available beds at inpatient mental health facilities providing acute psychiatric treatment. Referred to the Committee on Public Health. SB 1633 by Campbell, relating to the authority of County Commissioners Court to adopt an exemption from ad valorem taxation by each taxing unit that taxes property of the portion of the appraised value of the person's property that is attributable to the installation in or on the property of the certain water conservation systems. Referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 1978 by Hall, relating to the interconnection of the family in the ERCOT power region of certain other facilities. For to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 2233 by Hinojosa of Nueces, relating to the prohibition on certain persons endorsing or espousing terrorist activity in public institutions of higher education. For the Committee on Higher Education. SJR 60 by Campbell, proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the Commissioners Court of County to exempt from ad valorem taxation up by political subdivision that taxes the property of the portion of the assessed value of the person's property that is attributable to the installation in or on the person's property of rainwater harvesting or gray water system. For the Committee on Ways and Means. HR 1321 by Martinez Fisher, honoring UTSA Professor Emerita Dr. Ellen Riojas Clark for her contributions. Referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. HR 1322 by Allen, commending Carnes Adams for her services as political analyst to the Office of State Representative Alma Allen. Referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. HR 1323 by Allen, commending Reagan House for her services as legislative aide in the Office of State Representative Alma Allen. Referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. HR 1324 by Gomez, congratulating Dr. Rose M.Z. Gowan on her retirement as a Brownsville City Commissioner. Referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. HR 1325 by Schofield, congratulating Rishi Shramalaseti of Haiti on winning her first place at the 2025 Texas State Finals on the National Civic Speed. For the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. HR 1326 by Longoria in memory of Sarah Vela of Mission. For the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars.
Mr. Guerin moves to defer the remainder and reading and referral of bills until the end of today's business. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism to meet while the House is in session today at 11:30 a.m. in room 1W.14 Agriculture Museum to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following motion, clerk will read the motion. Nope. Following Mr. Metcalf for another motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on State Affairs to meet while the House is in session today at 11 a.m. in room 1W.14 Agriculture Museum to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcements, clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism will meet today at 11:30 a.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on State Affairs will meet today at 11 a.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Honoring some of my firefighters.
Chair recognizes Ms. Simmons for a motion.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider H.R. 1069.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. number 1069 by Simmons, commending Senior Captain Edward Escamilla and firefighters Jonathan Guzman and Darren Jones of the Houston Fire Department for their actions in responding to an apartment fire.
Chair recognizes Ms. Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to ask for your undivided attention. This is a really important resolution. This resolution recognizes the brave firefighters, Captain Edward Escamilla, Jonathan Guzman, and Darren Jones of the Houston Fire Department at the Capitol today. On January 7th of this year, in the early morning hours, an apartment fire broke out in Southeast Houston. What began as a typical call quickly turned into a life-threatening crisis. Senior Captain Edward Escamilla and firefighters Jonathan Guzman and Darren Jones responded without hesitation, running toward the danger, putting themselves in harm's way to aid their fellow Texans. In their efforts to ensure no residents remained trapped inside, they themselves became trapped inside the burning apartment, pinned behind a heavy door in rapidly threatening conditions. As flames closed in and their protective gear began to melt, they suffered severe burns to their hands, legs, and neck. A fellow firefighter ultimately freed them, but the scars of that morning, both seen and unseen, will stay with them for life. I am honored to recognize these three men who put everything on the line to save others. Let them be an emblem of courage, not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. We are blessed in this state to have men and women like Captain Escamilla, firefighter Guzman, and firefighter Jones, Texans who wake up every single day to protect our communities, no matter the cost. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge their amazing family members who are in the gallery, who also serve and were their heart and soul and ensure that they were able to get through this, I don't want to say tragedy because they saved lives, but through this very tough moment. So thank you so much for being there as well, because you make so many sacrifices. And so I move adoption.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker and members.
Ms. Perez moves to add all members' names to the resolution. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB number 247, HB number 793, HB number 1275, HB number 1700, HB number 2254, HB number 2340, HB number 2350, HB number 3104, HB number 3260, HB number 4163, HB number 4205, HB number 4370, HB number 4655, HB number 4809, HB number 5195, HJR number 34.
I'm not saying they will. I'm just, they could have done reading list.
Is Mr. Vasut on the floor of the House?
Please excuse Ms. J. Garcia Bear on motion of Ms. Campos. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial recognition. The Chair recognizes Mr. Toth for a memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise today in solemn remembrance to honor Yaron Lichinsky and Sarah Lynn Milgram, two dedicated staff members of the Israeli Embassy in Washington, D.C., who were senselessly murdered on the evening of May 21st, 2025. Gunned down outside the Capitol Jewish Museum as they left an event dedicated to the fostering of peace and dialogue. Their deaths are a heartbreaking loss for their families, their colleagues, the state of Israel, and all who cherish the values of freedom and human dignity. Yaron was a 30-year-old German Israeli, and Sarah, a 26-year-old American, were a couple on the cusp of being engaged. He had just bought her engagement ring. Yaron was a researcher assistant in the embassy political department and a passionate advocate of interfaith dialogue and peace in the Middle East. He served in the Israeli Defense Force and dedicated his career to fostering an understanding between Israel and its neighbors. Sarah worked in the embassy's public diplomacy department. She was a devout peacemaker and volunteered her time with organizations like Tech to Peace to promote dialogue between Israel and Palestine. This was not a random act of terrorism. This man wanted to kill Jews. He was handcuffed and taken away as he shouted, "Free Palestine, free Palestine." It was the same chant heard during October 7th massacre in Israel. It's the same chant heard on college campuses across the United States since October 7th, and it continues today. German Chancellor Schultz, who saw the events of October 7th, recently said, "These Hamas terrorists are exactly like the Nazis of 1945. Members, the cry of Free Palestine today is no different than Heil Hitler of 1945. Free people must stand, and our voices must communicate a very simple message that while America has a First Amendment that codifies the right to free speech, the American justice system must be swift in removal of these evil actors from our midst." But today we honor Yaron and Sarah and their families, and I pray that their brutal murders would steel the spines of every American to stand up and speak out against those who sympathize with the evils of Hamas. Members, please don't allow the blood of Yaron and Sarah to be shed in vain. On behalf of Texas and the Texas House of Representatives, we extend our deepest condolences to the families, their colleagues, the people of Israel, and all who mourn their devastating loss. Texas stands with you today and always. God bless you.
Members, please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you, members.
Thanks.
Members, please excuse Mr. Bryant to attend a funeral on motion of Ms. Morales of Harris. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez Ramos for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I offer a recognition honoring Dr. Tiffany L. Anthony, a trailblazing transplant surgeon whose extraordinary talent and kindness have transformed the lives of countless Texans. As surgical director of liver transplantation at Medical City, Dallas, Dr. Anthony leads a distinguished team that delivers world-class care with compassion and precision. Her path has taken her from the Transplant Institute at Methodist Dallas to leadership roles at Baylor University Medical Center and the Southwest Transplant Alliance. Now, as president of the Texas Transplantation Society, she continues to shape the future of organ transplantation in our state. Dr. Anthony is also a dedicated advocate for donor families, volunteering with organizations like Taylor's Gift Foundation to ensure that every donor's legacy is honored. Her expertise, leadership, and deep humanity remind us all of the extraordinary power of medicine and the enduring impact of public service. Members, many of you know I went through some really, really tough times our family did this past summer when we discovered that my daughter needed to have a liver transplant. And when you're in those situations, as Representative Leo Wilson shared with us earlier this week, you really don't know where to start. You don't know what side is up. You don't know where to seek the expertise, the information that you need to lift your family through these tough times. And the only thing you have is prayer and hope that somebody, the right person, crosses your path, that guides you, that speaks to you and guides you to where you and your family need to get the saving hope and grace and medicine that you need to survive these tough times. And for us and for my family, that was Dr. Tiffany Anthony. When I was in California, didn't know what was going on, Dr. Anthony reached out to me and said, "We here at Medical City, we can help you. We can get your daughter the help that she needs." And She hasn't let go from a strong hug that first day that I met her to today, months later. She hasn't let go of her love, compassion, and dedication to service. So please join me in thanking and recognizing Dr. Tiffany Anthony for her wonderful work. Thank you, Dr. Anthony. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So beautiful, yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Schatzline, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all the remarks given on the memorial resolution offered by Representative Toth be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair is on the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever for a motion.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Public Health to meet while the House is in session today at 1 p.m. in room 3W15 to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair is on the motion is adopted. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Public Health will meet today at 1 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, please excuse Ms. Campos because of important business in the district on motion of Mr. Lopez of Bear. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
I move to reduce to writing the remarks of Representative Ana Maria Ramos regarding the doctor today.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair is on the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I suspend all necessary rules to take up H.R. 1134, designating grandchildren as mascots, and H.R. 1135, designating children of members as mascots.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair is on the motion is adopted. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. number 1134 by Guerin, designating the grandchildren of the House members as honorary mascots.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Members, I'll give you all some extra time to vote. Show Ms. Rose voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Louderback voting aye. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Ms. Plesa voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes, 0 nays, H.R. 1134 is adopted. Chair, the following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. number 1135 by Guerin, electing children of House members to the honorary office of mascot.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I move approval.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Louderback voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes, 0 nays, H.R. 1135 is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, members, I would like to recognize two of my staffers today. My TLIP intern, Billy Rash, who will be graduating from Lamar University with his Bachelor of Science in Business Marketing, and my legislative aide, Chloe Wilkerson, who attends Austin Community College and is majoring in government. I want to thank them for all their hard work and helping me have a successful freshman year. And I will also recognize my niece, who is my honorary page, beside us, right here, from Belton, Texas, and with her parents in the gallery. Thank you so much.
Members, we're ready to begin the consideration of the congratulatory calendar. Please take your seats or take your conversations outside of the rail. The following congratulatory resolutions have been withdrawn or previously adopted. H.R. 1069. The chair lays before the House the following congratulatory resolutions. The clerk will read the resolutions.
HCR number 88 by Lowe, Battles of Lexington and Concord. HCR 91 by Lowe, Declaration of Independence. HCR 129 by Howard, Austin Oaks Church. HCR 130 by Craddock, Donate Life Texas Day. HCR 131 by Craddock, David Gardner and Ginger Lane Mitchell. HCR 133 by Craddock, Dudley Dude Speed. HCR 137 by Lowe, Vietnam War. HCR 138 by Leach, Nathan L. Hecht. HCR 139 by Craddock, Dustin R. Womble. HCR 140 by Craddock, Cody C. Campbell. HCR 143 by Curry, Aaron F. Reitz. HCR 145 by Leo Wilson, Jocelyn Nungary National Wildlife Refuge. HCR 147 by Craddock, Jim and Doris Stewart. HCR 150 by Dyson, National Water Safety Month. HCR 152 by Craddock, Pumpkin Center Gin. HR 6 by Morales of Harris, Francis Scott, Key Bridge. HR 105 by Kane, Battle of San Jacinto. HR 112 by Kane, Texas Independence Day. HR 124 by Kane, Sam Houston. HR 146 by Kane, Zane Gonzalez. HR 151 by Kane, Deer Park Chamber of Commerce. HR 158 by Kane, La Porte Day. HR 221 by Kane, William B. Travis. HR 222 by Kane, William B. Travis. HR 237 by Lozano, Annette Sanchez. HR 469 by Lozano, Mumu. HR 543 by Lowe, Birdville High School. HR 571 by Lozano, International Consulting Engineers. HR 605 by Lowe, Carla Campos. HR 702 by Hinojosa, Tessa Pettyjohn. HR 703 by Hinojosa, Mia Castillo. HR 704 by Hinojosa, Hannah Stark. HR 705 by Hinojosa, Nereida Rodriguez. HR 706 by Hinojosa, Neil Pabon. HR 707 by Hinojosa, Stephanie Carrasco Rodriguez. HR 708 by Hinojosa, Lorena Ramirez. HR 709 by Hinojosa, Piper Newlander. HR 710 by Hinojosa, Puja Tripathi. HR 713 by Hinojosa, Carolyn Leal. HR 714 by Hinojosa, Ariana Garcia. HR 715 by Hinojosa, Monette Stansel. HR 716 by Hinojosa, Adrian Marquez. HR 717 by Hinojosa, Jamie Rubenstein. HR 718 by Hinojosa, Natalia Liscano. HR 719 by Hinojosa, Evan Slacks. HR 720 by Hinojosa, Caroline Burke. HR 721 by Hinojosa, Monacrith Lerma. HR 722 by Hinojosa, Rachel Wood. HR 723 by Hinojosa, Natalie Vandermost. HR 724 by Hinojosa, Karis Alvarez. HR 725 by Hinojosa, Rocio Madragon. HR 726 by Hinojosa, Carlin Shaw. HR 727 by Hinojosa, Megan Miller. HR 728 by Hinojosa, Carrie Alt. HR 729 by Hinojosa, Sierra Jenkins. HR 730 by Hinojosa, Lenny Gillespie. HR 731 by Hinojosa, Clayton Hancock. HR 732 by Hinojosa, Bailey Holmes. HR 733 by Hinojosa, Mary Darnell. HR 734 by Hinojosa, Nicole Bolaños Mata. HR 735 by Hinojosa, Alba Delgado. HR 736 by Hinojosa, Nancy Casas. HR 737 by Hinojosa, Vicente Escalante. HR 738 by Hinojosa, Anita Patterson. HR 739 by Hinojosa, Enea Grace Alvarez. HR 740 by Hinojosa, Laura Zapata. HR 741 by Hinojosa, Esther Lopez. HR 742 by Hinojosa, Amy Scottson. HR 743 by Hinojosa, Jennifer Yom. HR 744 by Hinojosa, Lindsay De Leon. HR 745 by Hinojosa, Naomi Miller. HR 746 by Hinojosa, Mark Sesteta. HR 747 by Hinojosa, Monica Flores. HR 748 by Hinojosa, Tracy Ryan. HR 749 by Hinojosa, David Sanchez Latour. HR 750 by Hinojosa, Taylor Desabri. HR 751 by Hinojosa, Jamie Hudgens. HR 752 by Hinojosa, Jean Caroline. HR 782 by Lowe and Min Truong. HR 787 by Richardson, Blue Star Mothers. HR 789 by Kerwin, Chisholm Trail Outdoor Museum. HR 796 by Guian, In Situ Recovery Technology. HR 798 by Darby City National Bank. HR 799 by King Public Utility Commission. HR 800 by Morgan George David Scott. HR 801 by Morgan Josh Rowdy Yates Holstead. HR 802 by Moody Rob Keppel. HR 804 by Schaffner Stephen F. Austin State University. HR 807 by Manual National PO Week. HR 812 by Troxclair Leadership Highland Lakes. HR 813 by Hinojosa Health Alliance for Austin Musicians. HR 814 by Bella Montgomery Texas County Treasurers. HR 817 by Bella Montgomery County Government Day. HR 819 by Plessa Tiffany Turner. HR 820 by Plessa Tara Parmley. HR 821 by Plessa Deidre Schmidt. HR 822 by Plessa Jessica Morris. HR 824 by Plessa Brian Thurman. HR 827 by Martinez Donna Day. HR 828 by Garen Boswell High School. H.R. 830 by Wale, McDaniel Street Cemetery. H.R. 831 by Campos, Erica LaHood. H.R. 832 by Leo Wilson, Capitol Grill. H.R. 833 by Villalobos, Robstown Volunteer Fire Department Cook-Off. H.R. 837 by Leo Wilson, Jacob Benner. H.R. 839 by Lujan, Janessa Davila. H.R. 840 by Lujan, Marley Rodriguez. H.R. 841 by Lujan, Southwest ISD Penguin Project. H.R. 842 by Lujan, Music Heals Day. H.R. 843 by Bella Kaufman, Trinity Valley Community College. H.R. 844 by Bella Kaufman, Josh Edwards. H.R. 847 by Martinez Fisher, Original Donut Shop. H.R. 849 by Plessa, Amy Del Noro. H.R. 850 by Plessa, Thomas Rookledge. H.R. 851 by Plessa, Tiara Butler. H.R. 852 by Plessa, Judy Altstadt. H.R. 853 by Plessa, Caitlin Lutz. H.R. 854 by Plessa, Michelle Cox. H.R. 855 by Plessa, Mava Malmanza. H.R. 856 by Plessa, Panther Pride Special Needs Community Awareness Day. H.R. 858 by Simmons, Alan Page. H.R. 859 by Campos, Blue Ribbon Lobby. H.R. 861 by Garin, Bradford S. Barnes. H.R. 865 by Hernandez Pursuit Center. Pursuit Center. H.R. 871 by Campos, Almo Area Rape Crisis Center. H.R. 873 by Simmons, Simone Bejarano, Matthew Hunting Fisk, Jimmy Lee Finister, Lyman Leroy Hall, and William Coltrane Mountain. H.R. 874 by Simmons, Landon Isaiah Bogar, Grayson Alexander Baskin, Carl Jew Jackson. H.R. 875 by Lopez Cameron, Eric B. Ure. H.R. 876 by Lowe, Correction Workers. H.R. 880 by Dutton, Barrett Station Civic League. H.R. 881 by Dutton, Judson Bennard Holton. H.R. 884 by Hernandez, Lenora Sorolla Pullman. H.R. 886 by Buckley, Jalen Jade Phillips. H.R. 887 by Buckley, Madison Karowski. H.R. 890 by Leo Wilson and Nahuatl High School. H.R. 892 by Hinojosa University of Texas at Austin. H.R. 894 by Manuel Westbrook High School. H.R. 895 by Kitzman Austin County Day. H.R. 898 by Wilson Aggie Muster. H.R. 900 by Flores Jeanette Valdez Duran. H.R. 901 by Flores Mexican American Chambers of Commerce. H.R. 903 by Martinez Fisher Rudy Bernal. H.R. 904 by Martinez Fisher Sofia Varela. H.R. 905 by Martinez Fisher Ernest Cervantes. H.R. 908 by Kitzman Fayette County Day. H.R. 910 by Dyson Texas A&M University System. H.R. 912 by Reynolds Legal Defense Fund Advocacy Day. H.R. 913 by Guillen Francis H. Wright. H.R. 915 by Troxclair Dark Sky Day. H.R. 916 by Plessa National Infertility Awareness Week. H.R. 917 by Plessa Karen Maddox. H.R. 918 by Plessa Amy Willerson. H.R. 919 by Plessa Randall Curry. H.R. 920 by Plessa Catherine Horick. H.R. 921 by Plessa Julia Hossid. H.R. 922 by Plessa Ashley Rail. H.R. 923 by Plessa Brittany Diamond Munns. H.R. 925 by Plessa Muriel Gavantes Aguilar. H.R. 925 by Plessa Kathleen Bears. H.R. 926 by Plessa Sarah Starr. H.R. 927 by Plessa Alexis Bender. H.R. 928 by Plessa Teal Smith. H.R. 930 by Plessa Priscilla Barboza. H.R. 931 by Plessa Kathleen DeBrot. H.R. 932 by Plessa Tammy McCrary. H.R. 936 by Leach Kristen Bell. H.R. 937 by Leach Catherine Meredith. H.R. 938 by Leach Terry Hamilton. H.R. 939 by Leach Karen Berry. H.R. 940 by Leach Catherine Mainville. H.R. 941 by Leach Kimberly Nelson. H.R. 942 by Leach Deborah Salinas. H.R. 943 by Leach John Hudspeth. H.R. 946 by Manuel Augusta McCrae Dixon. H.R. 947 by Kane Lee Corso. H.R. 948 by Kane Kernasek Record Service. H.R. 949 by Kane Prison Entrepreneurship Program. H.R. 952 by Louderback Sabra Shore. H.R. 953 by Louderback Michael Boyle. H.R. 954 by Louderback Gretchen Boyle. H.R. 955 by Lujan Mendel D. Morgan. H.R. 956 by Raymond Fight Like a Kid Smile from Heaven. H.R. 960 by Wu Amari Reynolds. H.R. 964 by Wu Elaine Stokes. H.R. 965 by Leo Wilson Jamaica Beach. H.R. 967 by Howard Westlake Chamber Day. H.R. 968 by Bernal Mixley. H.R. 969 by Bernal Lauren Beckman. H.R. 970 by Bernal Haley Pruitt. H.R. 972 by Louderback Randy K. Boyd. H.R. 973 by Bernal Cullums Attaboy. H.R. 974 by Bernal Little M's Oyster Bar. H.R. 975 by Bernal Ladino. H.R. 976 by Bernal Southerly Fine Food and Brewery. H.R. 977 by Bernal Jerk Shack. H.R. 978 by Bernal Nicosi. H.R. 979 by Bernal Leche de Tigre. H.R. 980 by Bernal Garcia's Mexican Food. H.R. 981 by Bernal Barbecue Station. H.R. 982 by Bernal Signature Restaurant. H.R. 983 by Bernal 2M Smokehouse. H.R. 984 by Bernal Hotel Emma. H.R. 985 by Martinez, Mario and Jemima Trevino. H.R. 97 by Y. Davis of Dallas Bernadine Steptoe. H.R. 988 by Schaffner, Neil Weaver. H.R. 989 by Leo Wilson, Chambers County Sheriff's Office. H.R. 990 by Leo Wilson, Mackenzie Foster. H.R. 991 by Leo Wilson, Mark Lucas. H.R. 992 by Leo Wilson, Caroline Brown. H.R. 993 by Leo Wilson, Camille McWhorter. H.R. 994 by Leo Wilson, Rebecca Curry. H.R. 995 by Leo Wilson, Samuel Yates. H.R. 996 by Leo Wilson, Elizabeth G. Alford. H.R. 997 by Leo Wilson, Maggie Albrecht. H.R. 998 by Leo Wilson, Susan LeBlanc. H.R. 999 by Leo Wilson, Saul Mendoza. H.R. 1000 by Leo Wilson, Caleb White. H.R. 1002 by Lujan, Denise Arichiga. H.R. 1003 by Noble, Sarah Martinez. H.R. 1004 by Noble, Kelsey Carson. H.R. 1005 by Noble, Emily Darian. H.R. 1006 by Noble, Amanda Liu. H.R. 1007 by Noble, Jennifer Beach. H.R. 1008 by Noble, Meg Creerlieber. H.R. 1009 by Noble, Mark Woodyard. H.R. 1010 by Noble, Lindsay Sarter. H.R. 1011 by Noble, Jeanette Newland. H.R. 1012 by Noble, Adalexia Gomez Velasquez. H.R. 1013 by Noble, Philip J. Curry. H.R. 1014 by Noble, Governor William P. Clements Jr. Scholars. H.R. 1015 by Noble, Cambria Groff. H.R. 1016 by Meyer, Kennedy Mormon. H.R. 1017 by Patterson, Easter. H.R. 1018 by Harris Davila, Brooklyn Woods. H.R. 1019 by Basut, Gulf Coast Tennis. H.R. 1020 by Flores, Curras Grill. H.R. 1024 by Leo Wilson, Lemonade Day, Galveston County. H.R. 1025 by Lujan, San Antonio Fire Department Investigation Unit. H.R. 1026 by Lujan, Casey Debney. H.R. 1027 by Leo Wilson, Galveston County Primrose Ball. H.R. 1028 by Bojani, Texas Capitol Staff Appreciation Day. H.R. 1029 by Wu, Alexis Bomer. H.R. 1030 by Turner, Building Future Families. H.R. 1032 by Buckley, Shane Downing. H.R. 1034 by Vasut, Dedra Frazier. H.R. 1035 by Dyson, Christian and David Cox. H.R. 1036 by Longoria, El Rey Del Rio, and Zanaludas Barbecue Cook-Off. H.R. 1038 by Leo Wilson, Tracy Morgan. H.R. 1040 by Martinez Fisher, Jaden Houston. H.R. 1041 by Martinez Fisher, Johnny Hernandez. H.R. 1042 by Wu, Ariana Rodriguez. H.R. 1043 by Turner Industrial Solutions Company. H.R. 1044 by Dutton Nickel Sandwich Grill. H.R. 1046 by Dutton M.D. Morrison. H.R. 1047 by Buckley, Christopher Diem. H.R. 1048 by Buckley, Leroy Nellis. H.R. 1049 by Buckley, Carlos de los Santos. H.R. 1050 by Buckley, Allison Shanab Bellevue. H.R. 1051 by Buckley, Amanda Birch. H.R. 1052 by Leo Wilson, Galveston College. H.R. 1053 by Y. Davis of Dallas, Curtis King. H.R. 1055 by Baumgartner, Marcus High School. H.R. 1056 by Lujan Community Council of South Central Texas. H.R. 1057 by Lujan, Sarah Hernandez. H.R. 1059 by Harris Davila, Round Rock Express. H.R. 1064 by Martinez Fisher, Alamo Colleges District. H.R. 1067 by Martinez Fisher, Aaron Pena, Jacob Gonzalez, Matthew Garcia. H.R. 1068 by Martinez Fisher, Brian Carrera. H.R. 1070 by Garcia Hernandez, Cooper Hilton. H.R. 1071 by Garcia Hernandez, Brad Hunt. H.R. 1073 by King, World Ovarian Cancer Day. H.R. 1074 by Rose, 6,888th Central Postal Directory Battalion. H.R. 1075 by Howard, Keep Texas Beautiful Day. H.R. 1077 by Longoria Zimena Lopez. H.R. 1078 by Leo Wilson, Kelly Touchette. H.R. 1079 by Raymond, City of Laredo. H.R. 1080 by Raymond, Sylvia Rios. H.R. 1081 by Hernandez, Lisa McWashington. H.R. 1083 by Hopper, Robert Arthur Schulter. H.R. 1086 by Dutton, 6,888th Central Postal Directory Battalion. H.R. 1087 by Dyson, A&M Consolidated High School. H.R. 1088 by Capriglione, Leo the 14th. H.R. 1089 by Tenderol, Leo the 14th. H.R. 1090 by Wu, Anna Port. H.R. 1091 by Morgan, March for Water Month. H.R. 1092 by Dyson, Allen Academy. H.R. 1093 by Tepper, Chris Kemp. H.R. 1094 by Wu, Isabella Carrascal. H.R. 1095 by Wu, Beatriz Capello. H.R. 1096 by Orr, Audrey Burchett. H.R. 1098 by Harless, Fast Track Specialties. H.R. 1099 by Dutton, Cobb's 6th grade campus. H.R. 1100 by Lujan, Randolph High School. H.R. 1101 by Lujan, Taylor Nunez. H.R. 1103 by Leo Wilson, Victoria Novak. H.R. 1104 by Leo Wilson, Rosalind Kelly. H.R. 1105 by Leo Wilson, Diego Gutierrez. H.R. 1106 by Leo Wilson, Abigail Melton. H.R. 1109 by Schaffner, National Society, Colonial Dames, 17th Century. H.R. 1111 by Perez of El Paso, Bel Air High School. H.R. 1112 by Wilson, Mother's Day. H.R. 1115 by Guerra, Oliver Lair. H.R. 1116 by Guerra, Christian Carrera. H.R. 1117 by Guerra, Layla Jade Ovale. H.R. 1118 by Guerra, Meta. H.R. 1119 by Guerra, Stephanie Chirelio. H.R. 1121 by Reynolds, Texas Legislative Internship. H.R. 1123 by Chalksquare, Marble Falls Rotary Club. H.R. 1125 by Romero, Irma Rangel. H.R. 1128 by Harless, Wallace Thomas Shook. H.R. 1130 by Martinez Fisher, Greg Popovich. H.R. 1131 by Martinez Fisher, Diana Madrid. H.R. 1132 by Vo, Vietnamese American Day. H.R. 1139 by Buckley, Mike Quinn. H.R. 1140 by Paul, Amy Sticky. H.R. 1143 by Zwiener, Kyle Taylor. H.R. 1144 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Christopher J. Foote. H.R. 1146 by Gonzalez of El Paso, veterans of House District 75. H.R. 1147 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Orlando Flores. H.R. 1148 by Gonzalez of El Paso Desert Adapt. H.R. 1149 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Project Bravo. H.R. 1151 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Walter Miller. H.R. 1153 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Rio Vista Farm. H.R. 1154 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Jesus A. Padilla. H.R. 1155 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Daniel Dominguez. H.R. 1156 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Diego Romero. H.R. 1157 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Alexia Martinez. H.R. 1158 by Gonzalez of El Paso, San Elizario High School. H.R. 1159 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Isabella Olivas. H.R. 1160 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Sofia Aguilar. H.R. 1161 by Gonzalez of El Paso, America's High School. H.R. 1162 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Luis Soto. H.R. 1163 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Joshua Rodriguez. H.R. 1164 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Clint High School. H.R. 1165 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Mamacita's Restaurant. H.R. 1166 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Cattleman's Steakhouse. H.R. 1167 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Outlaw Saloon and Grill. H.R. 1168 by Gonzalez of El Paso, El Emi. H.R. 1169 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Taqueria El Tiger. H.R. 1170 by Gonzalez of El Paso, El Botanero Mariscos. H.R. 1171 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Lacon Dairy. H.R. 1172 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Nancy Chavera. H.R. 1173 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Joshua Marmolejo. H.R. 1174 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Luis Soto. H.R. 1175 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Karen Vizqueño. H.R. 1176 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Athena A. Corey. H.R. 1177 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Dana Morales. H.R. 1178 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Sofia Diaz. H.R. 1179 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Trinity Abigail Garcia. H.R. 1180 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Jocelyn Villa Prado. H.R. 1181 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Julius Perez. H.R. 1182 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Judith Buhanda. H.R. 1183 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Nicole Zamora. H.R. 1184 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Dallas Jack Stoll. H.R. 1185 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Nicole Morales. H.R. 1186 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Eva Vargas. H.R. 1187 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Alec Grendel. H.R. 1188 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Nicholas Rodriguez. H.R. 1189 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Maximus Quintero. H.R. 1190 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Daniela Arroyo. H.R. 1191 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Cadence Billingsley. H.R. 1192 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Justin Kleist. H.R. 1193 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Karina Ruiz. H.R. 1194 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Veronica Bressier. H.R. 1195 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Carolyn Thomas. H.R. 1196 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Greta Bragsgala. H.R. 1197 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Teresa Hindages. H.R. 1198 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Benjamin Ortega. H.R. 1199 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Ignacio Astorga. H.R. 1200 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Yvonne Ramirez. H.R. 1201 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Gilbert Martinez. H.R. 1202 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Janet Carrillo. H.R. 1203 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Gerardo Talamantes. H.R. 1204 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Lourdes Correa. H.R. 1205 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Raul Caldera. H.R. 1206 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Stephen Fernandez. H.R. 1207 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Jennifer Marquez. H.R. 1208 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Rosa Chavez. H.R. 1209 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Greg Hatch. H.R. 1210 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Darlene Hernandez. H.R. 1211 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Irma Ojeda. H.R. 1212 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Luis Carrillo. H.R. 1213 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Maribel Pidon. H.R. 1214 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Randy Shreve. H.R. 1215 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Jennifer Hansen. H.R. 1216 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Elena Acosta. H.R. 1217 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Garrett Ritchie. H.R. 1218 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Jeffrey Kimball. H.R. 1219 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Alejandro Navarro. H.R. 1220 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Roxanne Ruiz. H.R. 1221 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Naomi Gallego. H.R. 1222 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Edmund Martinez. H.R. 1223 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Barbara Flores. H.R. 1224 by the Gonzalez of El Paso, Erica Cabral. H.R. 1225 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Rachel Garrido. H.R. 1226 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Michelle Trujillo. H.R. 1227 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Alejandra Briseño Sanchez. H.R. 1228 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Eric Villalba. H.R. 1229 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Daisy Garcia. H.R. 1230 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Alejandro Alvera. H.R. 1231 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Nadia de la Rosa. H.R. 1232 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Daniel Aguayo. H.R. 1233 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Susana Frescas. H.R. 1234 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Julissa Esquivel. H.R. 1235 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Troy Enriquez. H.R. 1236 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Richard Salcido. H.R. 1237 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Martha Santa Garcia. H.R. 1238 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Mirna Lopez. H.R. 1241 by Munoz, Westmere Drive-In Theater. H.R. 1243 by Dutton, Supreme Court. H.R. 1244 by Harris Davila, Round Rock Chamber. H.R. 1245 by Harris Davila, Gale Big Boy Hester. H.R. 1246 by Lozano, John W. Galloway. H.R. 1247 by Hinojosa, Texas Mock Trial. H.R. 1248 by Martinez Fisher, Richard Andy Palacios. H.R. 1249 by Martinez Fisher, Jamie Macias. H.R. 1252 by Flores, Guadalupe Zamora. H.R. 1253 by Bella Montgomery, Magnolia Historical Society. H.R. 1255 by Tepper, City of Lubbock. H.R. 1256 by Garcia Hernandez, Jose Alvarado Alsala. H.R. 1257 by Martinez, Sam Houston State Internship Program. H.R. 1260 by Perez of El Paso Children's Hospital. H.R. 1261 by Perez of El Paso, Advanced Manufacturing and Aerospace Center. H.R. 1262 by Perez of El Paso, Mexican American Culture Center. H.R. 1263 by Meyer, Highland Park. H.R. 1264 by Perez of El Paso, Tony Harper. H.R. 1266 by Leach, Abigail Raylan Eason. H.R. 1267 by Leach, Hope Fitzmaurice. H.R. 1268 by Leach, Julio Wigington. H.R. 1269 by Leach, Bree Bearden. H.R. 1270 by Leach, Avery Penrod. H.R. 1271 by Leach, Sidney Atkinson. H.R. 1272 by Leach, Peyton Cox. H.R. 1273 by Leach, Caroline Wazell. H.R. 1274 by Leach, Emmy Cox. H.R. 1275 by Martinez Fisher, Ron Nierenberg. H.R. 1278 by Y. Davis of Dallas, Benjamin Keith Abell. H.R. 1280 by Collier, Molson Coors Fort Worth Brewery. H.R. 1281 by Garcia Hernandez, Elia Pontier. H.R. 1282 by Bella Kaufman, Ronnie Davis. H.R. 1283 by Longoria, Joanna Adame. H.R. 1284 by Plessa, Joan Huffsteller. H.R. 1285 by Perez of El Paso, Carla Yvette Sierra. H.R. 1286 by Perez of El Paso, University of Texas at El Paso. H.R. 1287 by Verdell, Texas Furniture Maker Show. H.R. 1288 by Turner, Kieran J. Williams. H.R. 1289 by Turner, Nathan Michael Sullivan. H.R. 1290 by Turner, Destiny Dayeldu. H.R. 1291 by Turner, Mazmin Ali. H.R. 1293 by Ashby, Associated General Contractors. H.R. 1294 by Reynolds, Freeman, Crawford. H.R. 1295 by Martinez, Rio Grande Valley Legislative Internship. H.R. 1299 by Cunningham, Lauren Wilson. H.R. 1300 by Cunningham, Cullen Watkins. H.R. 1301 by Meza, Afreen Khan. H.R. 1302 by Meza, Shahir Khan. H.C.R. 134 by Craddock, St. Rita of Cassia Catholic Church. H.C.R. 49 by Eckhart, Austin Oaks Church.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the resolutions? The chair hears none. The resolutions are adopted.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I was going to come hit you. There's a beer for you.
Well done,
Members, please take your seats. We are ready to begin the consideration of the memorial calendar. The chair lays before the House the following memorial resolutions. The clerk will read the resolutions.
HCR 136 by Hefner, Deputy Melissa Paulyard. HR 18 by Cole, Dr. Charles Eugene Erdy. HR 247 by Morales Shaw, U.S. Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. HR 428 by Toth, David Thomas Roberts. HR 494 by Morales and Maverick, Joe Harrington and Bill Rattay. HR 538 by Lozano, the Honorable Richard Harold Meyer. HR 540 by Lozano, Connie Jane Hunt. HR 786 by Raymond, Susanna Imelda Ailman. HR 791 by Spiller, Debrella Burt Horton. HR 803 by Schaffner, Charles Alfred Williamson. HR 805 by Turner, Irma Ediemo. HR 808 by Meyer, Molly Catherine Mullins. HR 809 by Meyer, Helen Asimakis Yapanis. HR 811 by Martinez Fisher, Yolanda P. Torres. HR 816 by Meyer, John Michael Jackson. HR 825 by Dutton, Roy Leonard Grant Sr. HR 826 by DeRazio, Alma Perez Jackson. HR 836 by Dyson, John Randall Satterwhite. HR 838 by Toth, U.S. Army Specialist Joey Martins Lenz. HR 845 by Martinez Fisher, William L. Boyan Jr. and Gail Ann Boyan. HR 846 by Martinez Fisher, Robert Maurice Buddy DeWalt. HR 846 by Martinez Fisher, Robert Maurice Buddy DeWalt. HR 862 by Hefner, Deputy Melissa Paulyard. HR 869 by Simmons, Melania Watson Butler. HR 870 by Paul, Marie Flickinger. HR 878 by Harless, Carl Wayne Warwick. HR 879 by Munoz, Benjamin Cavazos. HR 896 by Lujan, Min Kong Tu. HR 899 by Thompson, Jeffrey Julian Martinez. H.R. 902 by Spiller, Chief Stephen Bryce Newkirk. H.R. 911 by Louderback, Frankie Faye Stalliard Cooper. H.R. 914 by Johnson, Dale Susan Eastman. H.R. 933 by Bowe, Jennifer Young McNeil. H.R. 934 by Munoz, Joe Vera III. H.R. 935 by Darby, Robert Travis Wood. H.R. 951 by Spiller, Harold James Hardcastle. H.R. 958 by Lujan, Dale Susan Eastman. H.R. 959 by Lambert, James Stephen Strain. H.R. 986 by Leo Wilson, Gary LeGrand Hahn Sr. H.R. 1021 by Paul, Don McGowan. H.R. 1022 by Garcia Hernandez, Cash Cosila. H.R. 1039 by Martinez Fisher, Arthur Tenayuka Art Moreno. H.R. 1054 by Bumgarner, Fred Joseph Mitchell. H.R. 1058 by Hull, William Lawrence Korsch. H.R. 1061 by Meyer, James Roy Marcus. H.R. 1062 by Bernal, Maverick Levert Crawford III. H.R. 1065 by Hopper, Roy Cooper. H.R. 1072 by Cortez, Gilbert Edward Reinhardt Jr. H.R. 1107 by Simmons, the Reverend Perry Cameron Colston. H.R. 1108 by Villalobos, Adriana Lucilla Lakowski. H.R. 1110 by Louderback, George Hugh Johnson. H.R. 1114 by Darby, Dr. Carol Ann Halliday Bonds. H.R. 1120 by Louderback, Robbie Burge. H.R. 1122 by Alders, Sam Lively. H.R. 1129 by LaHood, Diana Destin Sandifer Denman. H.R. 1142 by Hunter, Jared Dale Hunt. H.R. 1145 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Jack Edward Worthington Jr. H.R. 1239 by Bryant, former State Representative Fred Charles Head. H.R. 1242 by Dutton, Preston Paul Solari. H.R. 1250 by Meyer, Donald Spencer Peterson. H.R. 1251 by Slauson, Ruth Ann Buzzy Perkins. H.R. 1254 by Guerra, Dr. Nedra Knirk. H.R. 1258 by Martinez, Amado Robledo. H.R. 1259 by Bella Kaufman, former State Representative Fred Charles Head, and SCR 21 by Hughes Edwin Elmer Perryman.
All those in favor of adoption of the resolutions, please rise. The resolutions are unanimously adopted. Please excuse Mr. Harris because of important business on a motion by Dr. Buckley. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Please excuse Representatives Guerin, King, McQueenie, Metcalf, Phelan, and Thompson to attend a meeting of the Committee on State Affairs on a motion Mr. Landgraf. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs to meet while the House is in session today at 2:30 p.m. in room 3W15 to consider pending referred and committee business. Move passage or adoption.
You've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs will meet today at 2:30 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, The chair recognizes Mr. DeRazio for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd like to recognize the birth of my 12th grandchild who was born 3 days ago. So, and I'm not biased or anything, but she's a cutie. Thank you.
Members, we have a very special birthday today. It is Representative J.M. Lozano's birthday today. Mr. Lozano, happy birthday.
Members, we're about to go on a calendar. If you have a bill on the calendar, please be ready. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 379. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 379 by Middleton, relating to prohibiting the purchase of certain food and drink items under the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 379 prohibits the purchase of sweetened soft drinks with SNAP funds. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 379. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach present not voting, nay, and aye now. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Hinojosa voting aye. Show Mr. Jones of Dallas voting nay. Show Mr. Berry voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 90 ayes, 37 nays, Senate Bill 379 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1171. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1171 by Perry, relating to compensation leave and physical fitness programs and standards for certain employees of the Office of Inspector General of the Texas Juvenile Justice Department.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I've been working with Senator Perry to make sure our Office of Inspector General is compensated correctly in TJJD, and I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1171. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 105 ayes, 20 nays, Senate Bill 1171 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1121. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1121 by Nichols, relating to accepting certain fiber optic cable projects from certain notice requirements for projects on state or local public land.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm laying this bill out on behalf of Chairman Metcalf. This bill is designed to support broadband expansion across Texas by eliminating unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1121. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1121 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 1061. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1061 by Parker relating to procedural requirements for uranium mining production area authorizations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this streamlines the uranium permitting process by removing redundant hearings for production areas already covered under a fully reviewed permit. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1061. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? So Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 130 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1061 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 1036. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1036 by Zaffarini relating to the regulation of residential solar retail transactions requiring an occupational registration, authorizing fees, providing civil and administrative penalties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Chairman Darby's bill. SB 1036 protects Texas consumers from deceptive residential solar sales practices by requiring solar retailers and salespeople to register with the state, provide clear disclosures, and follow strict conduct standards. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1036. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 93 ayes, 37 nays, Senate Bill 1036 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading, Senate Bill 1019. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1019 by Huffman relating to the admissibility of certain hearsay statements in the adjudication of certain sexual or assaultive offenses committed against a child or a person with a disability.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
would a gentlelady yield for a couple
Lady
questions?
yield for questions.
Yes.
Lady yields.
Could you just describe a little bit more when you say hearsay statements?
Yes.
Could you give a couple examples?
This is from, so last session, this has to do with the human trafficking omnibus bill from the 88th session. So the legislature raised the age limit for alleged child victims to receive support from an outcry witness in criminal proceedings involving sexual assault and trafficking offenses, increasing it from a child younger than 14 to a child younger than 18. However, this change to the Code of Criminal Procedure was not accompanied by a corresponding update to the Texas Family Code. So as a result, in a sexual assault and trafficking cases handled in juvenile court, an alleged victim may only be supported by an outcry witness if they are 12 years old or younger. So we are changing it. It was accidentally left out. It was not done intentionally. So this is to clean that up, to make it to where they can be supported by an outcry witness under a child younger than 18.
So previously, a child under 12, you could bring in that type of evidence, and what this does is bring it up to anyone 18 and younger.
Yes, so this is already happening in the, again, it was changed in the Code of Criminal Procedure, but it was not changed in the Family Code. So this is changing it to update it because it was just accidentally left out in the omnibus bill last session. So this is just to bring that up to where it's all the same standard.
And then my final question is, when we talk about hearsay, could you give an example of what we're saying here?
The what? Oh. It's just any out-of-court statement.
Out-of-court statement. That's not under swearing of telling the truth, correct?
I didn't hear you say that again.
Is it a unsworn statement?
Yes.
Thank you.
Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1019. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1019 is finally passed. Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 890. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 890 by Paxton relating to the issuance of a license to carry a handgun to certain active and retired judicial officers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 890 provides parity for statutory probate judges by adding them to the list of active and retired judges who are able to get a license to carry. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 890. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 105 ayes, 33 nays, Senate Bill 890 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 11. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 11 by Middleton, relating to a period of prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious text in public schools.
Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 11 protects religious liberty and freedom, supports the constitutional
Speaker.
rights for students.
Ms.
and
Gervin
employees.
Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for question?
Yes, I will.
Gentleman yield for questions. Gentleman
Yes, I
yields.
So that we're clear on what's required of the schools, it's a mandate or it's a option, and is there a period of time or anything allocated to what a school must do?
The only thing that's required as far as what a school must do is 6 months after the effective date of this bill, they would be required to adopt or not adopt a resolution electing to offer this to students on a voluntary basis or not. That's the only thing that the school district is required to do.
Could you repeat that? I didn't hear it. There's so much noise in here.
This program is entirely voluntary, entirely consensual, and has safeguards in place to protect those that choose not to participate. But the school district or the governing body of a charter school would have, the only obligation they would have would be to consider a resolution within 6 months after the effective date of the passage.
And we're not looking at trying to determine which Bible, the New Testament, the Old Testament, or any Baptist versus Catholic. What are we doing?
It just, the bill is pretty broad, but it does say the Bible, so.
It's general.
It does, yeah.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you answering my questions.
You betcha.
Again, I just want to understand, and I want our schools to truly understand what their obligations are.
And that's a fair request because there's been a lot of misinformation about this and indicating that it's compulsory and so forth, and it's not. It's purely voluntary, and we've protected the rights of those that choose not to participate.
Thank you, Representative Spiller. I appreciate you.
You bet. Mr. Speaker, I'd move passage.
Members, question occurs on. Hold up. Please excuse Ms. Johnson because of important business on motion of Ms. Gomez. Is there objection? Chair has none so ordered. Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 11. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 88 ayes, 48 nays, Senate Bill 11 finally passes.
Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 868. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 868 by Sparks, relating to the allocation of money appropriated to the Rural Volunteer Fire Department Assistance Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Keene to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 868, it will support volunteer fire departments by directing funding where the need is greatest. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 868. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes and 3 nays, Senate Bill 868 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1188. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1188 by Colkhorst, relating to electronic health record requirements.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1188 ensures the accuracy and security of our electronic health records. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1188. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 49 nays, Senate Bill 1188 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1120. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1120 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, relating to the rights of a victim, guardian of a victim, or close relative of a deceased victim in certain criminal cases involving family violence, sexual or assaultive offenses, stalking, or a violation of a protective order or condition of a bond.
Mr. Raymond, for
Mr.
what
Speaker,
purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if this is a parliamentary inquiry, but did the chair advise when we will have our last local and consent calendar on the floor? I said I'm not sure it is. I'm asking if the chair is advised.
The last day to do a local and consent calendar will be Wednesday.
And is the chair advised that we will have one that day?
That's the last day to have one.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Representative Johnson's bill. This will ensure family violence victims receive the same rights as other crime victims. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1120. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes and 7 nays, Senate Bill 1120 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1254. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1254 by Zaffarini relating to the regulation of professional employer services.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this updates the professional employer organization statute. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1254. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 122 ayes and 14 nays, Senate Bill 1254 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2778. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2778 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to the amount of an expenditure that may be paid by an emergency services district employee without board approval.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 2778 raises the threshold for approval of funds expended by ESDs. ESD firefighters and EMS units throughout Texas will benefit greatly. I believe there is an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Oliverson.
Chair recognizes Mr. Oliverson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment adds some uncontroversial bipartisan language that was voted out of committee unanimously that allows emergency service districts to be reimbursed for wellness and community health care that they deliver on their own. I believe it's acceptable to the author.
The amendment is acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. There is a record vote has been requested. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lujan voting aye. Show Dr. Oliverson voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes and 47 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Dr. Oliverson, for the amendment. Members, I move passage.
The question occurs on the passage of Senate Bill 2778. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 49 nays, Senate Bill 2778 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2543. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2543 by Hancock relating to the location of and the amount of certain revenue that may be used for state veteran cemeteries.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill. Quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has to do with the expansion of state veteran cemeteries. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2543. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 2543 is finally passed. Members, back up on Senate Bill 2778. The amendment failed to reach 100 votes, which is a third reading or 2/3 vote, which is third reading threshold. So the amendment was not adopted. Mr. Canals, for what purpose?
You've already addressed it. Thank you.
Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2443. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2443 by Zaffarini, relating to electronic delivery of documents sent or received by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill updates the notice requirements for contested case hearings at the Department of Licensing and Regulation. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2443. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 2443 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1333. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1333 by Hughes, relating to the unauthorized entry, occupancy, sale, rental, lease, advertisement for sale, rental or lease, or conveyance of real property, including the removal of certain unauthorized occupants of a dwelling, creating criminal offenses, increasing criminal penalty, authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill empowers homeowners to protect their properties from squatters. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1333. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 113 ayes and 22 nays, Senate Bill 1333 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1259. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1259 by Nichols, relating to the regulation of land surveyors by the Texas Board of Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors.
The chair recognizes Mr. Baumgartner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's limit government and cut red tape. Move passage.
The question occurs on the final passage of Senate Bill 1259. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 135 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 1259 is finally passed. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson for a motion. You're still recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 1401 to designate the following members as joint sponsors: Representative Ward Johnson and Representative Simmons. Thank you.
You've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So adopted. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1401. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1401 by West, relating to the creation of the Texas Mental Health Profession Pipeline Program by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board.
Chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a bill we passed yesterday to train more LPCs and AP registered nurses in Texas, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1401. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 79 ayes and 79 ayes and 58 nays. Senate Bill 1401 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1404. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1404 by West, relating to requirements for certain orders and judgments rendered in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the bill.
Oh, sorry.
This
is the bill we passed that allows attorney fees, rather than being combined with child support judgment, to have separate judgments all their own, and I move passage. And thank you, Mr. Lozano. You had a great impression of Mr. Lozano.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1404. This record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes and 5 nays, Senate Bill 1404 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2139. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2139 by King, relating to the authority of the Texas Military Department to negotiate the release of a reversionary interest and certain other interest of the state in certain property in Palo Pinto County owned by the Palo Pinto County Livestock Association.
The chair recognizes Mr. Alcott to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just a simple bill involving transfer of property within the city of Mineral Wells. Move passage.
The question occurs on the final passage of Senate Bill 2139. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bill. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 125 ayes and 8 nays, Senate Bill 2139 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2165. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2165 by Parker, relating to prohibiting the dismissal of certain suits affecting the parent-child relationship involving the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Representative Johnson's bill that ensures foster care children are not abandoned by the legal system when they are most vulnerable. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2165. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 2165 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2268.
No, it's 37.
Back up, members. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2237. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2237 by Betancourt, relating to severance pay for certain political subdivision employees.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bill Montgomery to explain the bill.
Exactly what he said. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2237. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bill. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 117 ayes and 20 nays, Senate Bill 2237 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2268. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2268 by Schwartner, relating to the disbursement of initial funds under the Texas Energy Fund.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, all this bill does is update the application process for the Texas Energy Fund and allows them to extend the deadline if necessary. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2268. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 105 ayes and 30 nays, Senate Bill 2268 is finally passed.
Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 1202. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1202 by King, relating to third-party review of property development documents and inspections of improvements related to those documents, including home backup power installations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean.
Speaker, members, 1202 allows for third-party review and inspection for home backup power installations. Unfortunately, I do have a GO amendment.
Following GO amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dean.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean to explain the amendment.
The amendment just clarifies the language from yesterday. I move adoption.
Don't worry, members. I'll give you time. Ms.
Yes,
Collier,
ma'am.
for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield
Yes,
for questions.
ma'am.
Gentleman yields.
Okay, I understand you said it just clears up language.
Yes.
Could you tell me exactly what it says?
Several of the cities want a little bit more clarification on the liability portion, which we did for them. So that's all it does.
Okay, so then negligent, okay, so you're saying, this is what it says, everybody. In added section 247.0025K, local government code, between the persons and acts, oh, sorry, can you bring it back up? Acts,
The power button's on the side, Mr.
the
Alders.
system is slow. Acts, and then it's something about negligence. It says negligent. So can you explain what it does?
Yes, ma'am. Again, several cities, Houston, San Antonio, Dallas, et cetera, wanted some clarification on the language as regards liability. Only thing this does is make sure that they're not held liable for any negligence on the part of a third party.
But it doesn't tell us what page and what line this applies to on the bill, your amendment.
Give me a minute.
Okay.
You gotta find the bill page.
Yes.
247.5K.
What line?
Might need to be fixed, but our county just said this is fine.
It's okay.
Got a text.
I know, I just wanna make sure I wanna understand what it is.
I guess he added that last
There was a
session.
line in there? What line and page again?
You got it.
I just fixed the micro. Moved it up. This should be on page 3. The original. On K, where's K? Here's that. Do you have a copy of it? So in
Members, the third reading amendment by Mr. Dean amends a second reading amendment adopted yesterday by Mr. Dean, amending what appears to be page 3 of the bill. You will not find the language that Mr. Dean is amending in his third reading amendment in the bill because he is amending language added to the second reading amendment, which itself amended page 3 of the bill. Does that make sense?
And if I could add, again, my great friend, Ms. Collier, this is a request by your cities. If you don't like the amendment,
Oh, no, I just wanted to know what it did.
okay. All right. I was just saying, I'm just trying to
I think
make
that-
sure the stakeholders are all in agreement.
I just needed to know what it did because you just said it just fixes something, and without knowing any further, I wouldn't know what that was. So I appreciate you taking the time to
I did give the amendment out
explain
to
it.
some of your colleagues in the back, and they said they would make sure y'all did get it and did understand it, so I do apologize if
Okay,
that
I didn't
happen.
get it. All right, but thank you.
Okay, move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 12. I'm sorry. Hold up. Mr. Dean sends up an amendment. While the amendment is acceptable to the author, a record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Dean to close.
Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1202. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes, 7 nays, Senate Bill 1202 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1198. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1198 by Birdwell, relating to the designation of spaceports as critical infrastructure facilities for purposes of criminal and civil liability.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're designating spaceports like Blue Origin and Van Horn as critical infrastructure. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1198. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 121 ayes, 17 nays, Senate Bill 1198 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading Senate Bill 1212. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1212 by Paxton, relating to the prosecution and punishment for the offense of trafficking of persons, increasing a criminal penalty.
Chair recognizes Ms. Kerwin.
Thank you, Speaker. This bill increases the penalty for human trafficking offenses across the board to a first-degree felony where it is not already. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1212. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes, 5 nays, Senate Bill 1212 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1451. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1451 by Flores, relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of stealing or receiving a stolen check or similar side order.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1451 helps law enforcement better combat financial crimes, and I move final passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1451. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Rosenthal voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 96 ayes, 39 nays, Senate Bill 1451 finally passes. Chair recognizes Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D, and all other necessary rules to designate as joint sponsors and co-sponsors for SB 11, all joint authors and co-sponsor and co-authors for HB 1425.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays it on third reading. Senate Bill 1470. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1470 by Hughes, relating to requiring the Department of Public Safety to share data for the purpose of maintaining the statewide voter registration list.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Speaker. Of a suit. Senate Bill 1470 allows DPS to share driver's license data with the Secretary of State when a Texan moves out of state to obtain licenses elsewhere. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1470. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes, 19 nays, Senate Bill 1470 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1498. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1498 by Nichols, relating to civil asset forfeiture of digital currency or other similar property.
Chair recognizes Ms. Perez of Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1498 gives law enforcement the necessary tools to combat financial crimes involving digital currency. I move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1498. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Jeff, how do you want to vote? You haven't voted. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Leach voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 74 ayes, 65 nays, Senate Bill 1498 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 965. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 965 by Parker, relating to the right of public school employees to engage in religious speech or prayer while on duty.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what
will the
purpose?
gentleman yield for question?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Leach, just to be clear, again, I always like to be clear when it comes to our educational institutions. So if an employee gives a religious speech or prayer while on duty, what this bill does is say it's okay. Now, my concern is if that individual gets out of hand, are schools liable if they have to terminate that individual because they've gotten out of hand?
You're going to have to define what you mean by getting out of hand.
Getting out of hand is when they're either running through the school with the Bible, okay, and doing their religious speech and not focusing on their instructional time. Getting out of hand is when they're spewing things that they believe and their interpretation of the Bible versus what's specifically in the Bible. I just want to know what type of jurisdiction does the school, the campus itself have, if any at all? I just want to be clear.
Sure, Representative, and I'm happy to answer your question. Just to make very clear, the First Amendment's protections, as the Supreme Court of the United States has made very clear, the First Amendment protects a teacher's and students' rights to practice and to display their religion. Our teachers and our students do not shed their constitutional rights at the schoolhouse door. And what Senate Bill 965 in front of you now does is it codifies the Kennedy decision, which makes very clear that while a teacher is on duty, that teacher has the right to practice his or her faith, specifically when it comes to praying and or expressing his or her faith. In this case, Coach Kennedy had prayed after a game and was terminated, and the Supreme Court heard that case and on a 6-3 decision decided that his First Amendment fundamental rights to practice his religion were violated.
And I understand that, and I think, you know, I'm good with that. I just want to make sure that our schools are not in jeopardy when we're wanting to deal with an employee who is taking it to a whole new level. Is that type of protection is in the bill, or it's just open?
If an employee, if there's good cause to terminate an employee, of course the school district still retains that right. However, in this case, that good cause was deemed not to be that employee practicing his or her faith. And so if a school employee is getting out of hand, to use your words, then certainly a school district would still have the ability to review their employment status and possibly terminate them. But that can't be for simply praying after a football game in Coach Kennedy's case.
And I'm not even talking about a football game. What I'm really looking at is the instructional time. And so, I want to make sure that our schools are clear that indeed if someone is not following particular appropriate protocol as it relates to introducing of the instructional time, because school districts do have times that they have to provide instruction, right? And this employee has, for whatever reason, have gone overboard with that or get out of hand, as I said earlier. The schools then would do what? The write-up on that teacher would focus more on impeding instructional time more so than the reading of the Bible or their religious belief. Is that correct?
And the Supreme Court in the Kennedy case went in depth into what's considered, course and scope, what's considered to be on-duty activity. Of course, we expect our teachers to teach and not to be distracted from that. This bill in front of you now, Senate Bill 965, codifies that decision. There's a two-pronged test. If there's a government action, in this case a termination of an employee, then the court would weigh whether that was in the furtherance of a compelling state interest and whether the governmental entity narrowly tailored the action using the least restrictive means to achieve that compelling state interest. And so this is a two-pronged test. And I think our school districts here in Texas are relatively clear as to what that means. But when it comes to potentially infringing on someone's right to practice their faith, It's got to be a compelling state interest, and it's got to be narrowly tailored, using the least restrictive means possible.
Okay, so your bill lays out those tests or refers to them, correct? And I just want to be clear, Representative Leach, so that we know that our schools are not infringing on one's rights, okay? But they're also making sure that their staff is doing what they need to do, and that is to instruct children.
Yeah, I would say to our school districts across the state that let's not see how close we can get to the line of infringing on someone's fundamental constitutional rights. Let's stay as far away from that line as possible. But where there is a question for a school district, this bill sets forth codifying the Kennedy decision sets forth the test by which the school district has to evaluate that employee's action.
And I thank you for that, Representative Leach, because what I don't want is a bunch of litigation going on. I just want our school districts to be clear on what they can and cannot do so that there's no infringement on rights, but also there's no infringement on duties and responsibility as an educator in the schoolhouse. So thank you so much for answering my question.
Thank you. Appreciate the questions.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Question for the author.
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Leach, I'm not sure you're aware of the connection with what you're doing now in the history of the Supreme Court removing prayer and Bible from schools. Are you aware of this?
Yes.
Do you realize that in 1963, a woman named Madeline Marie O'Hare, who actually sadly is a graduate of South Texas College of Law, she was a Holocaust denier, a member of the Communist Party. She founded the American Atheist Society here in Austin, Texas. Did you know this?
Yes. Yeah.
I think it's really great that something that began here is going to end here. So 1963, in the case that she led when they removed prayer and Bible in schools, do you think that degraded the morality of this nation? Were there drugs in schools in the 60s?
There were.
Do we have as much violence as we have had prior? When we had prayer in schools, was there the violence that we have today in the schools?
No.
Were there the shootings going on in the schools?
No.
Were children confused about their gender
Is this the bill?
prior to that?
Probably not to the extent they are
Not
today.
It's a fabulous bill. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for
Gentleman yield for
a
questions.
question?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Leach. I do appreciate the effort, and clearly your intent behind this is good. Does this bill protect any form of religious prayer? Any form?
This bill, yeah, I would say yes, as long as it doesn't violate the two-pronged test that's set
Right.
forth in the bill. Of course, these are highly factual situations and scenarios and cases, Representative Rosenthal, as you know, and so I'm sure we could probably think of a form of religious expression that might violate this test. But as in Coach Kennedy's case, he was simply praying quietly by himself after a football game, and he was terminated for that.
So actually, to be more accurate, I should have said all forms, not any form. So in the case that we're talking about, Coach Kennedy, where he was praying quietly, is this not the coach that assembled the entire team for that prayer on the field?
No.
That's not the incident we're talking about. No. So this protects the right of an individual to pray by themselves. Does it also protect their right to publicly display religious ideological symbols in their classroom?
I would say the Constitution of the United States of America protects our rights to publicly display and practice our faith.
Got it. So, so if the coach in question had been a Satanist, could he display pentagrams in his class and publicly, as long as it was quiet, I guess, pray to Satan in that setting?
I don't know why anyone would want to do that. That's certainly an extreme example. If it meets the two-prong test, then sure, Representative Rosenthal.
So while I agree with you 100% that I don't understand why anybody would want to do that, this law that could possibly pass through the chamber right now would protect that as free speech, would it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You don't check your rights to freedom of speech and freedom of religion at the schoolhouse door. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 965. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Show Mr. Frank voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes, 48 nays, Senate Bill 965 finally passes. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members up in the east end of the gallery, I want to recognize and congratulate a distinguished and outstanding group of ladies and personal friends of mine from Stark County, my home county, who were honored today as winners of the Texas Department of Agriculture's Cream of the Crop Farm Fresh Challenge Award. Up in the gallery, and please stand as I call your name, we have from Rio Grande City, Gruya ISD, Patsy Ramirez, Emiliana Guerra, Candice Garza, Arabel Laurel, Laura Villarreal from San Isidro ISD, and also from Rio Grande City, Gruya ISD's Alma Rosa. And we also have Carmen Ocañas of Mission, who helps with their services in the school districts. Through their commitment, members, to serving fresh local Texas products and promoting healthy eating in our schools, they've shown what it means to lead by example and uplift their communities. Members, please join me in congratulating them on this well-earned recognition with a big round of applause. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D, and all necessary rules for Senate Bill 31 to designate the following members as co-sponsors. Representative Rose.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 1198 to designate the following members as joint sponsors. Bonin, 1, Ordaz, 2, Tepper, 3.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays on third reading Senate Bill 1547. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1547 by Zaffarini, relating to fees charged by county clerks for certain property records.
Chair recognizes Ms. Orr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1547 is the bill we passed yesterday that would ensure fees remain fair, reasonable, and aligned with the actual cost of providing public property records. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1547. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Orr voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1547 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1667. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1667 by Zaffarini, relating to the procedures for the expunction of arrest records and files, authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Ms. Orr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Senate bill that we passed yesterday that would modernize the expunction process by electronic service. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1667. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1667 finally passes. Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 1818 to designate the following members. Dr. Buckley.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is on. The motion is adopted. Chair lays it on third reading Senate Bill 1818. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1818 by Hancock, relating to the issuance of a provisional license to certain military service members, military veterans, and military spouses to engage in a business or occupation in this state.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1818 fixes cumbersome licensing requirements for servicemen and their spouses. I move passage.
Mr. Curtis, for what purpose?
Does Representative Huberty yield for question?
Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1818. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Lightning McQueen voting aye. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1818 finally passes. Ka-chow. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1902. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1902 by Nichols, relating to the administration of the dealer-issued license plates database and to the removal and transfer of license plates.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1902 ties license plates to the individual rather than the vehicle. I move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage to Senate Bill 1902. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. McQueen voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 136 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1902 finally passes. Chair lays that on third reading, Senate Bill 2129. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2129 by Johnson, relating to the operation of vehicles at railroad grade crossings, increasing criminal penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 2129 protects railway employees and construction workers from dangerous drivers. The Senate bill passed unanimously in the Senate, and I move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage to Senate Bill 2129. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 103 ayes, 34 nays, Senate Bill 2129 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2078. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2078 by Kolkhorst, relating to the regulation of composting facilities by certain counties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 2078 ensures that counties without their own composting ordinance aren't forced to receive the waste of other counties unless they choose to do so. I move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage to Senate Bill 2078. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 102 ayes, 32 nays, Senate Bill 2078 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 2069. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2069 by Zapparini, relating to the establishment of a work group to conduct a study on the feasibility of implementing an acute psychiatric bed registry.
Chair recognizes Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply commissions a feasibility study on a psychiatric bed registry in Texas. Over 25 states already use this tool to offer efficiencies in the access for those that need access to these beds on a more efficient manner. And I want to remind you guys that there is no fiscal note associated with this bill. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage to Senate Bill 2069. This is the record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 92 ayes, 42 nays, Senate Bill 2069 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1737. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1737 by Huffman, relating to service retirement benefits payable by the Employees Retirement System of Texas to certain law enforcement officers and custodial officers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this expands the LECO supplement fund to include correctional officers, the law enforcement officers, for the comptroller, and for the OAG, and I move final approval.
Members, question occurs on final passage to Senate Bill 1737. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 123 ayes, 12 nays, Senate Bill 1737 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 1589. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1589 by Hancock, relating to the contract requirements for a contract between a single source continuum contractor and the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Chair recognizes Ms. Orr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1589 would add a tool in DFPS's toolbox to expeditiously address concerns with case management performance. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage to Senate Bill 1589. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 136 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1589 finally passes. Chair lays that on third reading, Senate Bill 1318. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1318 by Schwertner, relating to restrictions on covenants not to compete for physicians and certain healthcare practitioners.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation limits physician non-competes to 1 year and 5 miles. Move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage to Senate Bill 1318. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 126 ayes, 12 nays, Senate Bill 1318 finally passes.
Members, you may have noticed because of the construction on the roof, we have had some fumes in the gallery. We're going to stand in recess until 1 o'clock so that they can try to get that cleared out. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. House will come to order. Members, earlier today, a third reading amendment to SB 2778 failed. At the conclusion of third readings, the chair is going to recognize Dr. Alverson and Mr. Tinderholt on motions to reconsider passage of the bill and failure of that amendment. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 387. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 387 by Zaffarini, relating to bond requirements for certain judges.
Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill adjusts the bond requirements for judges in guardianship cases, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Is Kerwin voting aye? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 116 ayes and 12 nays. Senate Bill 387 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1150. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1150 by Middleton, relating to the plugging of certain inactive wells subject to the jurisdiction of the Railroad Commission of Texas.
Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Chairman Garen's bill regarding plugging inactive wells, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 128 ayes and 0 nays. Senate Bill 1150 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1574. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1574 by Zaffarini, relating to a Centers of Excellence program developed by the Texas Judicial Council and a merit payment for certain justices and judges.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill codifies the Centers of Excellence program initiated by the Texas Judicial Council. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 96 ayes and 30 nays. Senate Bill 1574 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2127. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2127 by Zaffarini, relating to the assignment of certain retired and former justices and judges.
Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2127 allows retired judges who have served at least 6 years to be appointed visiting judges. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Raymond voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 137 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 2127 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 3034. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 3034 by Betancourt, relating to the designation of a portion of State Highway 249 in Montgomery and Grimes counties as the Doug Pitcock Aggie Expressway.
Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill just simply renames a segment of Highway 249 the Doug Pitcock Aggie Expressway. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 117 ayes, 20 nays. Senate Bill 3034 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 860. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 860 by Flores, relating to certain criminal offenses involving the attachment or display of a wrong license plate or registration insignia, increasing criminal penalties.
Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 860 formally abolishes. Oh, here you go. I yield.
Yields to Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Remember, this formally abolishes the Criminal Justice Legislative Oversight Committee, which has been inactive for 15 or 20 years. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 133 ayes, 4 nays. Senate Bill 860 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1278. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1278 by Parker, relating to an affirmative defense to prosecution for victims of certain offenses.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker and members, if you are for the person who's a victim of human trafficking, I'm going to ask you to vote aye. But if you want to support the pimp, go ahead and vote no.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 140 ayes and 0 nays. Senate Bill 1278 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 263. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 263 by Perry, relating to the computation of the cost of goods sold by television and radio broadcasters for purposes of the franchise tax.
Ms. Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 263 clarifies franchise tax for FCC licensed and radio broadcaster. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Button voting aye. Mr. Harless voting aye. Have all members voted? 132 ayes, 7 nays. Senate Bill 263 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 370. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 370 by Perry, relating to the availability of certain personal information of a child, spouse, or surviving spouse of a current or former employee of the Office of the Attorney General.
Mr. Harless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 370 would allow current and former employees of the Office of Attorney General and the Public Defender's Office to have their names exempt from public records. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 136 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 370 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 663. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 663 by Huffman, relating to the approval of a Community Supervision and Corrections Department's budget and strategic plan.
Mr. Dowla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the TDCJ Community Supervision and Corrections Department's budget approval bill from yesterday. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 105 ayes, 33 nays. Senate Bill 63 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 924. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 924 by Hancock, relating to entities that provide cable services or video services.
Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 924 adds clarifying language to prohibit municipalities from charging a cable franchise fee to satellite and streaming services, and there is an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Anchia.
Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment simply ensures that the bill does not impact pending litigation that had been in place as of January of this year. Move adoption.
Mr. Anchia sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Anchia and Mr. Guerin both voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 135 ayes, 2 nays. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Guerin to close.
I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell.
Thank you.
Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 115 ayes, 13 nays. Senate Bill 924 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1939. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1939 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, relating to the Ship Channel Improvement Revolving Fund.
Ms. Fairley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this relates to the Ship Channel Improvement Revolving Fund. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 114 ayes, 23 nays. Senate Bill 1939 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1937. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1937 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, relating to the testing of evidence containing biological materials in capital cases.
Mr. Lauterbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill we passed yesterday to ensure that crime lab subject matter experts are consulted in pretrial meetings for capital cases. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 139 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1937 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1598. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1598 by Hagenbu, relating to the release of motor vehicle collision report information.
Mr. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that allows law enforcement to continue solving crimes like human trafficking and child abductions. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Lowe voting aye. Have all members voted? 140 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1598 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2798. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2798 by Creighton, relating to certain statutes of limitations for criminal offenses, including the statute of limitations for certain fraud offenses.
Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, extending the statute of limitations for certain crimes involving financial fraud. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 138 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 2798 is finally passed. Please excuse Ms. Weiner because of an illness. On motion of Ms. Howard, is there objection? Chair has done so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2801. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2801 by Hughes, relating to a permit issued by the Parks and Wildlife Department to certain hunting dog field trials, authorizing a fee.
Ms. Schaffner.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, hunting dog field trial permits. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 138 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 2801 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2580. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2580 by Hancock, relating to the definition of a designated law enforcement office or agency for purposes of certain laws governing the installation and use of tracking equipment and access to certain communications.
Mr. Chatzline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's give our 12 largest county sheriff's departments the ability to track down dangerous criminals. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 139 ayes and 2 nays. Senate Bill 2580 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2569. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2569 by Flores, relating to the reporting requirement to certain law enforcement agencies regarding the agency's use or operation of an unmanned aircraft.
Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 2569 modernizes DPS reporting requirements. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 122 ayes, 15 nays. Senate Bill 2569 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2514. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2514 by Hughes, relating to establishing the Hostile Foreign Organizations Unit as the Department of Public Safety and Training, prohibitions, reporting requirements, and community outreach designed to combat foreign influence, creating a criminal offense.
Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2514 defends against hostile foreign adversaries. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 114 ayes, 24 nays. Senate Bill 2514 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2064. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2064 by Perry, relating to the exemption of motor vehicles transferred from a decedent's estate.
Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill removes an unnecessary tax. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 139 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 2064 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1940. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1940 by Hughes, relating to authorizing a beneficiary designation that transfers a manufactured home classified as personal property at the owner's death.
Mr. Van Dever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply allows the owner to designate a beneficiary for a manufactured home. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 138 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1940 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1621. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1621 by Huffman relating to prosecution and punishment of certain criminal offenses prohibiting sexually explicit visual material involving depictions of children, computer-generated children, or other persons, creating criminal offenses, increasing criminal penalties.
Ms. Fairley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill protects minors who are victims of AI deepfakes. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 139 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1621 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2601. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2601 by Blanco relating to a border crime property damage compensation program.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this expands eligibility of the landowner compensation program that we created last session to support ag landowners affected by border crimes. Move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 139 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 2601 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1379. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1379 by Flores relating to increasing the criminal penalties for forgery.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1379 gives law enforcement stronger tools to prosecute fraud and make clear that Texas will not tolerate financial crimes. Move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So it's Ward Johnson voting aye. Ms. Ward Johnson voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 98 ayes, 43 nays. Senate Bill 1379 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1376. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1376 by Hughes relating to the supervision requirements of a code enforcement officer in training.
Mr. Van Dever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this offers a common sense solution that supports understaffed communities without compromising public safety. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 138 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1376 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1372. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1372 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to access to the crime laboratory portal.
Mr. Lauterbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Crime Lab Access Portal Cleanup Bill we passed yesterday. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 107 ayes, 34 nays. Senate Bill 1372 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1353. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1353 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to the licensing and regulation of pilots in the jurisdiction of the Pilot Board of a Navigation District located in Cameron County.
Ms. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is our local bill we passed yesterday, creating our regulatory framework for our pilots in Cameron County. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 100 ayes, 39 nays. Senate Bill 1353 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2216. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2216 by Hughes relating to security of election system equipment.
Ms. Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, common sense election security. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 140 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 2216 is finally passed. Is Dr. Alverson on the floor of the House? Is Mr. Tinderhold on the floor of the House? Chair lays out Senate Bill 552 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 552 by Huffman relating to changing the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred adjudication community supervision.
Mr. Leach for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate. Hold on, I'm laying out a bill. Move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 552 until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Saturday, May 24th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB number 482, SB number 493, SB number 841, SB number 912, SB number 1241, SB number 1350, SB number 1388, SB number 1493, SB number 1559, SB number 1951, SB number 2001, SB number 2143,
Members, earlier today, a third reading amendment to Senate Bill 2778 failed. The chair is going to recognize Dr. Alverson and Mr. Tinderholt on motions to reconsider passage of the bill and failure of the amendment. The chair recognizes Dr. Alverson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 2778 was finally passed.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion prevails. Members, Senate Bill 2778 is back before the House on third reading. The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider the vote by which third reading amendment number 1 by Oliverson was defeated.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Members, the Alverson amendment is back before the House. Dr. Alverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and I want to humbly thank Representative Tinderholt and Representative Lujan for giving me a second chance at this. Members, all this amendment does is it authorizes a very simple program where paramedics will be able to check blood pressure, check glucose, and other things when they get a non-emergent 911 call, which will cut down on the number of non-emergency transports to the hospital, to the clinic, to the doctor's office. And I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Dr. Alverson sends an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. A record vote. A record vote has been requested on all amendments. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Dr. Alverson voting aye. Mr. Lujan voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 141 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Lujan to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Alverson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 108 ayes, 33 nays. Senate Bill 2778 is finally passed. They switch back and forth. They take turns. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2405. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2405 by Parker, relating to the continuation and functions of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice and the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and to the functions of the Board of Pardons and Paroles, the Correctional Managed Health Care Committee, and the Texas Correctional Office on Offenders with Medical or Mental Impairments, and the Wyndham School District.
Mr. Canales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the continuation of the functions of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice. This is a sunset bill, so I'm going to go over briefly some of the things that it does in the layout. It requires TDCJ to create long-term facilities plans that identifies future facility and capacity needs. It also requires TDCJ to comprehensively inventory rehabilitation and reentry programs, conduct biannual program evaluations, and recommend changes to the programs where they're needed. It requires TDCJ to develop a strategic plan for rehabilitation and reentry programs in conjunction with the Wyndham and report that implementation status biannually. Requires TDCJ and Wyndham to collaborate developing evidence-based program criteria and develop and maintain associated program lists. It abolishes the statutory parole officer salary, career ladder, and parole caseload ratios. Instead, requires TDCJ to establish both in rule. It establishes a special conditions working group consisting of parole voters, TDCJ parole division staff. Requires BPP to collect and analyze parole panel outcome data and incorporate into the training. Requires BPP to provide training for
Mr.
MRIs.
Skirvin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Would a gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, ma'am.
She-
Can I
he
finish
yields.
my layout?
Of course,
Not
sir.
at this time.
Thank you, ma'am. It streamlines MRIS statute and authorize BPP to expand the MRIS medical eligibility by rule and update the composition of the MRIS panels. It requires TDCJ to provide the annual training in person, online to counties on how to submit commitment documents known as PIN packets. It requires TDCJ to credit employees' unused compensatory time and vacation leave. It updates the process for TDCJ to increase prison facility maximum capacity, including removing the governor and the attorney general from the review process when TDCJ updates that capacity. It authorizes TDCJ to establish a process and waive parole staff qualifications. It codifies TDCJ's General Appropriations Act, Rider 26, which was updated from the sunset recommendations. And it authorizes the Wyndham to share data with other agencies, regulatory entities, and support and evaluate post-secondary education administration. It also updates the statute related to TDCJ's board duties and board reported entities, including the Office of the Independent Auditor's Office. It updates outdated agency division and office name references and aligns statute with TDCJ's existing organization structure, and continues TDCJ and its board for 12 years and requires that at least 2 board members have significant business corporate. Those are the highlights of a very complex bill, and at this time I yield questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Skirvin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Would a gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, ma'am.
He yields for questions.
Representative Canales,
Yes, ma'am.
are you going to oversee this program?
I didn't understand you.
Are you going to oversee this program?
Oh, no, ma'am. I don't oversee this program.
Representative Canales,
That's not my function, ma'am. I'm here to present the TDCJ sunset bill. I do not oversee the program.
are you for the program?
I am for the program.
You think it's a good one?
I do think it's a good one.
If Representative Canales thinks it's a good one, I do too.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
ma'am.
Representative Canales.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm doing your action.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 2405 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2406. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2406 by Paxton, relating to the Sabine River Authority of Texas following recommendations of the Sunset Advisory Commission specifying grounds for the removal of a member of the Board of Directors.
Mr. Kidsman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2406 aims to implement recommendations by the Sunset Advisory Commission into statute for the Sabine River Authority. Some of these recommendations including specifying grounds for removal of board members, establishing board member training requirements, and maintaining a system for receiving and acting upon complaints. Senate Bill 2406 would also extend Sabine River Authority sunset review date for 12 years from now to 2037. I do have an amendment.
We don't have any.
Yeah, you do. They're pre-filed. They're pre-filed. second one too. The next.
Amendment by Kitzman.
Mr. Kitzman.
This perfecting amendment just moves their board to 4-year staggered terms.
Mr. Kitzman sends up an amendment. It is a record vote on all amendments today. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Hall voting aye. Mr. Bell voting aye. Ms. Kerwin voting aye. All members voted. 137 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Kitzman on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading on Senate Bill 2406. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 2406 passes third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2407. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2407 by Sparks, relating to the Lower Neches Valley Authority following recommendations of the Sunset Advisory Commission, specifying grounds for the removal of a member of the Board of Directors.
Mr. Kitzman.
Mr. Speaker, members, Senate Bill 2407 aims to implement recommendations by the Sunset Advisory Commission into statute on the Lower Neches Valley Authority. Some of these recommendations include specifying grounds for removal of members, establishing board member training requirements, and maintaining a system of receiving and acting upon complaints. Senate Bill 2407 would also extend the Lower Neches Valley Authority's sunset review date 12 years from now to 2037. Mr. Speaker, I do have a perfecting amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kitzman.
Mr. Kitzman.
Mr. Speaker, he just refines them to have 4-year staggered terms for their board.
Mr. Kitzman sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. There's a record vote on all amendments today. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Bell voting aye. Mr. Kitzman voting aye. Ms. Hall voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 138 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Kitzman on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 2407 is passed to third reading.
The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2166. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2166 by Parker, relating to testing of voting tabulation equipment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 2166 strengthens testing requirements to ensure that all election equipment is tested properly, thoroughly, and consistently across Texas. The bill enhances the testing protocols for Texas elections by adding additional testing for equipment at polling locations in addition to central counting station, and adds parameters around acceptance testing. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 2166. All those in favor say aye. There is a record vote. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Lawson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes and 0 nays, SB 2166 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2148. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2148 by Hall, relating to the reliability of the electricity supply chain.
Chair recognizes Ms. Lawson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. SB 2148 ensures that our law enforcement, the PUC, and electric providers are prepared for attacks against important infrastructure, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 2148. Record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Lawson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 0 nays, SB 2148 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Cook for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 535 to designate the following members as joint sponsors: Johnson, Leach, Gomez, Cook.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The following announcement, the clerk will. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 535. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 535 by Huffman, relating to the admissibility of evidence regarding a victim's past sexual behavior in prosecutions of certain trafficking, sexual, or assaultive offenses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione. The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Mr. Speaker, members, I lay out Senate Bill 535, which relates to the admission of evidence regarding a victim's past sexual behavior in prosecution of certain trafficking, sexual, and assaultive offenses. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 535. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes and 0 nays, SB 535 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 777. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 777 by Hughes, relating to the compensation and employment condition standards by municipal charter or collective bargaining agreement and to impasse resolution in collective bargaining with certain political subdivisions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 777 simply allows firefighters to restore and maintain their bargaining impasse tools. This bill applies to only certain localities who have adopted a Chapter 174 charter and allows voters the freedom to structure those processes to meet their local needs. I do have a perfecting floor amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lujan.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan.
Members, this amendment simply addresses a drafting error and implements language agreed upon by stakeholders. Move adoption.
Mr. Lujan sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Vote aye, vote nay. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Show Mr. Lujan voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 127 ayes and 6 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to close on the bill as amended.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 777, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 777. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lujan voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 115 ayes and 20 nays, SB 777 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 827. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 827 by Parker, relating to the audit of an election using an electronic voting system.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dayal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 827 strengthens election transparency by expanding manual count requirements for election audits. Instead of counting ballots from just a few precincts, the bill now requires counts from at least 1% of both Election Day and early voting locations, as well as mail ballots precincts using tabulators. This bill updates watcher provisions, allows those eligible to appoint watchers to have them present to count, requires results to be posted on the county's website, along with their election results. Senate Bill 827 makes Texas elections more transparent, more practical, more secure. Texas elections are too big to fail. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 827. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. De Ayala voting aye. Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 130 ayes and 7 nays, SB 827 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1141. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1141 by Miles, relating to procedures in certain suits affecting the parent-child relationship filed by the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm laying out this bill for my dear colleague, Representative Campos.
House Bill 1534 instructs DFPS to notify individuals of their right to record interviews with department investigators, the right to request an administrative review of department findings, and their full rights under Texas Family Code. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1141. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Excuse me. Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 132 ayes and 8 nays, SB 1141 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1330. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1330 by Hancock, relating to billing and reimbursement for certain medical equipment, devices, and supplies provided to Medicare enrollees, creating a criminal offense.
Mr. Frank.
I'm laying this out for future Senator Paul, who is out with pneumonia. The goal of SB 1330 is to close a loophole in federal Medicare law that allows some durable medical equipment suppliers to charge an unlimited amount for the supplies they provide to Medicare beneficiaries. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1330. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1330 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1352. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1352 by Hinojosa of Nueces, relating to the deadline for filing an application for certain ad valorem tax exemptions or allocations and the calculation of the penalty for filing a late application for such an exemption or allocation.
Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1352 helps property owners avoid confusion and penalties when applying for certain property tax exemptions. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1352. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1352 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1664. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1664 by Schwertner, relating to public information regarding the rates of a transmission and distribution utility.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a pro-consumer bill that brings more accessible and transparent information to consumers regarding the rates of a transmission and distribution utility. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1664. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. In the eyes of the chair, the ayes have it. SB 1664 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1612. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1612 by Johnson, relating to construction contract trust funds.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1612 until 10 a.m. Monday, May the 26th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1862. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1862 by Hughes, relating to interstate notification by the voter registrar of certain applicants for voter registration.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hicklin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1862 helps keep voter rolls clean, both in Texas and across the country, by requiring the Secretary of State to notify a registrant's previous state once they register to vote in Texas. Move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Garvin Hawkins, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
I could barely hear your
Okay.
explanation, and so would you repeat it, please?
Yes, ma'am. This bill helps to keep the voter rolls clean by both in Texas and across the country by requiring the Secretary of State to notify a registrant's previous state once they're registered to vote in Texas so that they can be removed from the previous state's rolls.
So if I move from Michigan to Texas, then the Attorney General, not the Attorney General, the Secretary of State would then notify Michigan that I'm now a resident here because I registered here.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1862. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Mr. Lowe voting aye. There being 134 ayes and 2 nays, SB 1862 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1936. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1936 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, relating to the definition of an abuse unit for certain controlled substances under the Texas Controlled Substances Act.
Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill helps more fairly prosecute drug offenses related to LSD by more clearly defining an LSD abuse unit. LSD is currently the only drug that is not measured by weight. This bill changes the cumbersome perforation of square inch-based system and replaces it with a weight-based system like every other controlled substance. This will save our crime labs valuable time and resources while providing a more consistent prosecutorial standard. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1936. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Louderback voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 97 ayes and 37 nays, SB 1936 is passed at third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1453. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1453 by Betancourt, relating to the current debt rate and tax rate of a taxing unit for ad valorem tax purposes.
Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1453 simply amends the definition of current debt for the purposes of calculating an I&S tax rate to include only the minimum amount required. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1453. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 102 ayes and 35 nays, SB 1453 is passed at third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1448. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1448 by Hughes, relating to decedents' estates and other matters involving probate courts.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 1448 addresses some cleanup items in the Estates Code, how you transfer files from one court to another, how you accept certified copies of self-proving affidavits, inventory and appraisements. Nothing very sexy. I would move approval, but there is an amendment which is acceptable to the author.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Schoolcraft.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schoolcraft.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is acceptable to the author. It just clarifies how to handle notice to a decedent or a decedent's estate. Thank you. Move adoption.
Mr. Schoolcraft sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. All those in favor of the amendment vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Kerwin voting aye. There being 107 ayes and 24 nays, the amendment is adopted. Ms. Gonzalez,
Mr. Speaker,
for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman will yield.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Gonzalez, I need to recognize the gentleman following the adoption of the amendment first. The chair recognizes Mr. Hayes. Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions? Gentleman yields for questions.
We apologize. We're not saying we're necessarily for or against the amendment, but now with the amendment, what are the new implications of the legislation?
It merely has to do with service of process when you have a deceased person and how you can serve it on their estate, like their independent executor, if there's no estate taken out on their heirs. So it's merely a service.
And why did you feel this amendment was necessary?
Remember, this was an estate code cleanup, and the specific provision just clarifies how you go about handling. Normally, when there's a death, we have a procedure, it's a Latin phrase, scarius sophius, where you give the court notice of the deceased, and then you have to go add their representative to the lawsuit. If there's no representative, then you go to the heirs.
Okay. In full transparency, Representative Hinojosa is a lawyer, but we're not a state lawyers. If we come back later on, because we have more time to look at the amendment, can we have a conversation later?
Be happy to talk to you anytime.
Thank you so much.
I'm at room 406, Holiday Inn.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for question?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman will yield.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Hayes. So you said earlier that the bill was not sexy. Does the amendment make it more sexy or less sexy?
That's a negative.
Thank you. Does the amendment make it more sexy or less sexy?
It's a negative. It is not sexy. The whole bill isn't sexy. The amendment's not sexy.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Move adoption or passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1448. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1448 is passed to third reading.
Speaker.
Mr. Vasut, for what purpose?
I move to reduce to writing the remarks on that last bill and place them in the journal.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker.
Members,
Excuse me, Mr.
members,
Speaker.
you've heard the motion. Is there objection?
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Bowers, we're in the middle of entertaining a motion by Mr. Vasut. Members, you've heard Mr. Vasut's motion. Is there any objection to the adoption of the motion? There is objection. A record vote has been requested. All those in favor of the adoption of the motion, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 21 ayes and 107 nays, the motion fails to adopt. The chair lays out.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Bowers, for what purpose?
I was just going to say I concur before we finish the vote. I concur with all the sexiness that was being talked about.
The question occurs. Members, hang on.
That motion. I voted yes.
The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1398.
One of y'all has to do it.
The back up, members.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bumgardner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
May we please open the windows? I think the fumes are getting to our heads here.
Mr. Bumgardner, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry. Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that the words of Representative Bowers just now be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
What do we do in the case of paint fumes and then perfume covering the paint fumes, causing members to behave erratically?
Ms. Goodwin, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry. Mr. Bernal, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker,
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Because there's a lag in getting amendments on the screen, is it possible for amendments that are substantive, maybe more than 4 lines, for us to get a brief moment for them to arrive on our screen so we can review them before they're voted on? Because what's happening is that we're voting on amendments that we haven't read, and often the explanation is 3 words. Not that we don't trust one another, but it is important that we are able to read the amendment.
Mr. Bernal, that is not a proper parliament. Okay.
Pretty please question mark.
Okay. Mr. Bernal? Gotcha. Yeah.
Mr. Bernal, we are aware of the situation, especially in this corner. We will pause and try to make sure it's on the screen so you have plenty of time to digest before you vote.
Mr. Speaker?
And if for some reason that doesn't happen, if this corner over here will raise their hand or alert us, we will do our best to slow down. Mr. Bernal, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Can the Speaker advise the body that Cap Central is faster than the other program for viewing amendments?
The chair is not advised.
Thank you.
I am advised Mr. Bernal is correct. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1398. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1398 by Colkhorst, relating to certain procedures in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship for a child placed in the conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services and the provision of the Family Preservation Services and community-based foster care.
Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation builds on our work from last session and is aimed at improving the strength and strengthening our foster care system, particularly for children without placement. The bill expands community-based care and to include family preservation services, adoption support, and extended foster care services. I hate to say it, but I do have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Noble.
This amendment was found to be necessary based off of a bill we previously passed this session, and it literally just strikes the word allow and inserts the word require on page 11, line 21 of the bill. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker.
Jones, for what purpose?
There we go. Thank you so much. Could you, question for the author?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
She yields for questions.
Good afternoon. Could you just talk a little bit about what specifically this does? I know you said it's a perfecting amendment, but just could you clear up the language? I just see the allow and the require, so I'm just trying to put it together with the legislation.
My understanding is that we passed a bill previously that changed this word, and if we pass this one, we've messed up another bill, and we're just trying to make sure that all the bills that we pass out of this body are consistent.
Okay, and so
the agency and the senator both said that we needed to do this particular
great, thank you
amendment.
so much.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the lady yield for questions?
I would
Gentlelady yield for questions?
I'd be honored to.
She yields for questions.
So the modification, I'm sorry, Ms. Noble, Representative Nobles, on page, so your amendment modifies page 11, line 21, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that sub 7 says, allow the department to implement formal measures to ensure the contractor is delivering high quality service, including quality improvement plans, financial interventions, and other appropriate interventions or restrictions. And that would change it from allow the department to require the department.
Apparently, a bill that we passed previously through this body changed that word, and so we're trying to be consistent on the legislation that we passed through this body.
Functionally, if the department is not just allowed to do something, but now is required to do, does this change how these programs are implemented? Does it does this have any setback in operational planning? Does it change in other words, does this add on on the bill that did the same thing? Did that bill have a fiscal note? Did the bill have other implications?
I am actually not advised on what the other bill did. I just know that this makes the other bill, it just brings this one into alignment with the other bill that we passed. And I'm sorry, I don't even know which bill it was. I was just told by the agency that this was necessary.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did we already move adoption?
Ms. Noble sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the bill author. A record vote has been requested on all amendments. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Noble voting aye. Ms. Plessa voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 132 ayes, 0 nays. Amendments adopted. Ms. Noble to close on her bill as amended.
I move adoption.
Question occurs on passage of third reading on Senate Bill 1398. Record vote has been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 137 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1398 passes third reading.
The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2137. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2137 by Menendez relating to the allocation of low-income housing tax credits.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2137 addresses a major barrier to affordable housing in Texas, and that is linking housing development to public school performance. Current law blocks affordable housing near underperforming schools, limiting options in urban areas where housing is needed the most. This restriction disqualifies neighborhoods rich in jobs, transit, and services, pushing families further from the city centers and contributing to the school enrollment. The issue was worsened during the pandemic when the Texas Education Agency paused school ratings, forcing housing decisions to rely on outdated data from 2019. SB 2137 proposes a solution by removing school performance as a requirement. It shifts the focus to factors that are like access to jobs and transportation, real needs that support community growth and urban revitalization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 2137. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Shall Ms. Swanson voting aye? Shall Mr. Cunningham voting aye? Shall Ms. Flores voting aye? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 101 ayes and 36 nays, SB 2137 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2111. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2111 by Zaffarini relating to legal representation of indigent persons in this state and to proceedings before a magistrate, including the appointment of a counsel for an indigent defendant.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The level of frivolity on this floor is a little too high for me. And so I need y'all to just take it back down to about a 5. We're trying to do some serious work here. Please. Thank you. I'm going to lay this bill out, and I know that, thank you, Ms. Thompson. I appreciate your support. I know you don't like to mess around on this floor. This bill is 21 pages long. This represents the comprehensive requests from the Texas Indigent Defense Commission related to indigent representation. There were a number of recommendations that were made by that body, which I sit on as an ex officio member, to make sure that we're doing right by those who can't afford representation. And excuse me. As I was saying, there are a number of changes that we've worked on here. And Ms. Gervin Hawkins, I have learned a lot in this process of getting this bill to this point in session. This is Senator Zaffarini's bill that I'm carrying. So we're talking about a number of different provisions related to indigent defense. And Mr. Leach did ask me as a favor to not go through line by line the 21 pages of the bill that's in front of us right now. So I'm going to go ahead and move passage unless anybody has any questions. Thank you so much, members.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Wait, there's not an amendment? I was distracted. Members, question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2111. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 94 ayes, 45 nays, Senate Bill 2111 passes to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 53. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 53 by Zaffarini relating to certain notice and filing requirements in court proceedings involving persons with mental illness.
The chair recognizes Ms. Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this too is a Senator Zaffarini bill, and it's a simple but meaningful bill to modernize our mental health code. It reduces outdated red tape, improves clarity for local officials, and maintains necessary protections for all involved by eliminating the outdated requirement that anyone filing a court document electronically must also follow up by filing the original signed paper within 72 hours, which was put in place decades ago when the fax machine would just fade away a few days after printing. Members, it's a great bill. I move passage.
Members, question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 53. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Picking the chair, the ayes have it. Senate Bill 53 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 226. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 226 by West relating to establishing residency for children who are the subject of parent-child safety placement agreements for purposes of admission into public schools.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bernal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 226 is Senator West's bill relating to establishing residency for children who are the subject of parental child safety placement agreements for the purpose of admissions to public schools. It authorizes the guardian of a child subject to a parental child safety placement to enroll them in school using a letter curated by DFPS that demonstrates that the child's address during the placement is in the district. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 226. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Opinion chair, the ayes have it. Senate Bill 226 is passed to third reading. Members, please excuse Representative Cecil Bell of Montgomery and Lowe to attend a meeting on the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs on motion of Mr. Landgraf. Is there objection? Chair has none so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 1677 to designate the following members as co-sponsors. Morales Shaw.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1677. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1677 by Menendez relating to a study by the Department of State Health Services on prevention and reduction of diabetes-related amputation.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1677 would direct the Department of State Health Services to conduct a study on the prevention and reduction of diabetes-related amputation. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1677. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kane voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 80 ayes, 55 nays, Senate Bill 1677 passes to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1723. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1723 by Creighton relating to the establishment of a rapid DNA analysis pilot program in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Ms. Plesa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1723 is Senator Creighton's bill that establishes a pilot program in 2 counties for the use of rapid DNA technology in criminal investigations administered by the Department of Public Safety, and I do have an acceptable amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Little.
Chair recognizes Mr. Little to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a pretty substantial amendment, so I want to take our time. Really, the purpose of this amendment is that the bill itself, 1723, is really one idea that was housed in 2 different bills, the other bill being 2460. 2460 is embodied in the amendment, and it simply allows for DNA analysis to be conducted using rapid DNA technology in a booking station in addition to our existing forensic labs. The statutory change is required so that the pilot program in Representative Pless's bill aligns with FBI guidelines for rapid DNA programs across the country. The idea being that we'd be able to rapidly test DNA at booking stations, and it would have an effect on either guilt or innocence, certainly, or at least probable cause at that point, and we'd know more information faster. So that's the big idea with this bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for question?
Gentleman, yield for questions.
I certainly will.
Gentleman yields.
Will you define a booking station?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry that this isn't my area of expertise, but anywhere someone can be booked after they're arrested. So the idea being that we'd be able to deploy this technology at a local jail or police station where we could then conduct the rapid DNA analysis.
Would they have the expertise? My concern is we know DNA evidence need to be preserved in a certain way to be accurate. So my concern is if a police department collects that data, that DNA,
Yes, ma'am.
how are we assured it's not tampered with?
My understanding is that as part of the pilot program, that all the necessary persons that will be interacting with that DNA or conducting the rapid testing will have the training that they need to perform the analysis in a way that's consistent with FBI and DPS standards.
Will there be an opportunity for the defendant or the potential accused challenge that DNA evidence or have it retested?
Oh, certainly. I would expect that that would happen in any trial where DNA analysis is presented or any type of hearing where it's presented. This is just giving a new forum and format where that DNA analysis can be conducted rapidly and outside of a pure forensic laboratory somewhere else.
Representative Little.
Yes, ma'am.
You can? Okay. Thank you for answering my questions.
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for a couple
Gentleman yield for
questions.
questions. Gentleman yields.
I do.
First of all, Representative, this is the same, the proposal or the amendment that you have was housed in a bill that we passed out of the House 2 years ago, overwhelmingly little of any opposition. Is that right?
I believe so. I'm sorry to say that I wasn't here to,
It was.
to
It
experience
was.
that.
It passed out of the House, and then it passed out of the Senate 30-0 as well. But what the amendment does is it makes sure that expanding the locations where you would do the rapid DNA would actually have to exceed current standards. So in other words, as I understand it, they would be even better than what you have right now where DNA tests are being run now.
Yes, Representative Raymond, the idea being that we will have more places where we will be able to test DNA and faster.
But again, to be able to do it, they will have actually exceeded the standards of the FBI.
That's the idea. I mean, these programs are they're at work in other states. I believe we've got a Louisiana, and I wanted to say Florida and New York too. No, it's Florida and Louisiana. The idea being we're not sacrificing accuracy for speed. Right. We want to make sure that it's fully compliant with what our standards are for DNA analysis.
And this is going to help everyone. It'll help people who were not guilty of something or might not be.
Well, I imagine it won't help guilty people, but I would think it would help not guilty people.
There you go. It's a great amendment. It's a great bill. Thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Representative Raymond.
Ms. Jones of Harris, for what purpose?
Yes, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Always.
Gentleman yields.
So question, my colleague
Yes,
on
ma'am.
criminal jurisprudence. I've got a question. I
Please.
don't think that I have problems with rapidly testing DNA, but I want to move to before that. In the
Okay.
collection of the DNA, is there a warrant requirement before you collect the DNA?
My understanding is there's still going to be that law enforcement is still going to be subject to all the statutory provisions that are relevant to the collection of DNA. So this, to my understanding, there will not be a modification to any of that. This is not a change in law that's going to make it warrantless or subject to some type of unconstitutional search or seizure.
Right, because I don't have a problem with having access to DNA or testing DNA quickly, because it could actually exonerate somebody quickly so that they don't have to go through, wrongful arrest or whatever. But I'm absolutely concerned about whether we are following the Constitution. So if I don't give you a search warrant, or if I don't consent to you taking my DNA, I just want to make sure that law enforcement has to actually go get a search warrant before they take it. And that's my question. So perhaps I should ask the bill's author.
No, I think you're asking the right person, because the bill's author, or the bill itself, does not touch on that subject matter. The amendment does, and so I think you're asking the right person. My understanding is you are still going to need to comply with all constitutional requirements to obtain the DNA as you would before this. This is simply about where it is being tested and under what standard.
And again, any criminal defense lawyer would look at where it was taken if that's something about the sanctity of the preservation of the evidence. So we can still challenge that if it's like raggedy and nasty and they didn't do that scientifically.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Cool.
I think it's garbage in, garbage out. If you
Right.
don't have a good sample, it's still subject to the same challenges you would under a forensic laboratory analysis.
Right. So again, as long as this amendment protects the Constitution and you to be free from illegal search and seizure, I'm cool with it.
Yes, ma'am. I share your constitutional concerns, and I see nothing in the bill that is objectionable.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Members, please excuse Ms. Leo Wilson and Mr. Tepper to attend a meeting of the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs on motion of Ms. Rodriguez Ramos. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Little sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested on the amendment. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Place voting aye, Mr. Little voting aye, Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 120 ayes, 15 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Plesa to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Senator Creighton's district, the horrific murder of 13-year-old Crystal Jean Baker went unsolved for 13 years. It wasn't Texas that solved it. It was Louisiana, because they had the tools. I urge you all to vote yes on Senate Bill 1723, and I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1723. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye, Ms. Plesa voting aye, Mr. Bernal voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 132 ayes, 4 nays, Senate Bill 1723 passes to third reading. The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal for a very, and I quote, helpful announcement.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to help you find a way to read the amendments quickly. First, it's super helpful if you plug in your Surface. Apparently that helps with speed. Second, open a web browser. I hope all of you know what that is. You're either going to type in capweb or you'll type in cc/. Either way. Once you type in capweb, you'll get to the page. There's a little box that says Cap Central. Once you click that, you'll see a line that says Current Proceedings, and it'll take you to a web-based amendment viewer that works very, very quickly. On the other hand, if you have an amendment that you know is substantive, you should know better than to gavel it through after 10 seconds. Let's do both. Thank you, guys. There are very, very talented people around this chamber that'll help you do what I said you should do.
Thank you, Mr. Bernal. Chair lays it on second reading, Senate Bill 1839. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1839 by Zaffarini, relating to the delivery of a will and probate proceedings transferred to other courts.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill sets up a process by which the transfer of probate court records are transferred between courts. And that's really all it does. And if there are no questions, I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to second reading of Senate Bill 1839. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Senate Bill 1839 is passed to third reading. Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Is this a bicameral legislature?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry, but I am advised that it is.
Does that mean we have two houses?
Yes.
Is any one of those houses superior to the other one?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Well,
but no.
Do you know if, in effect, we have one of the houses that's been conducting itself as being superior to the other one?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker.
State your
parliamentary inquiry.
What can I do for you?
Well, I believe that democracy calls for this House to exercise its authority in as much as or to the same extent that the other side does. And I don't believe that's happening. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask, is there something we can do about that?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can we just open the doors and all go over there? Because if they won't respect us, they need to expect us.
It sounds like, Mr. Dutton, you have a matter of personal privilege and you'd like the doors open to get the fumes out.
Let's go.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is there a rule in our House rules that require a House bill to receive a certain vote threshold to be able to be referred when that bill goes to the Senate?
I'm checking to see what answer I can give to you. Please repeat your parliamentary inquiry.
Is there a rule in our House rules that requires a House bill to receive a threshold number of votes to be able to be referred to a committee in the Senate?
The chair does not respond to general inquiries about rules.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Oh.
Let's go, Kenny.
Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 6. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 6 by King, relating to electricity planning and infrastructure costs for large loads.
Chair recognizes Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 6 deals with the large loads that have been increasing significantly over the past few years. This includes chip manufacturing, hyperscalers, electrifying the Permian Basin, data centers, and other types of large industrial load that's affecting our grid. Although data centers have more prominently brought these challenges to the forefront, we're facing an influx. Senate Bill 6 does several things to address the situation. First, it requires PUC to create a standard for interconnecting large customers in the ERCOT region, and will encourage business development while minimizing stranded infrastructure costs and maintaining reliability. This includes disclosure of duplicate requests and on-site backup generation, as well as requirement for curtailment in emergency energy advisories. It requires a flat fee of $100,000 for the cost of screening study, and customers must be able to demonstrate they have control of the site. Additionally, it requires notice to be sent to ERCOT for a new net metering arrangement that would allow behind-the-meter co-location of a large load and a generator. ERCOT can approve, deny, or impose conditions on these arrangements as necessary, and if there are concerns over the disposition of the request, an appeal can be made at the PUC. Senate Bill 6 will require utilities to develop protocols for installing equipment on large connections that will allow curtailment during emergency situations. Finally, it requires the PUC to reevaluate the 4CP and direct the PUC to adopt rule changes. The 4CP currently used allocates cost on utilities across the grid, and it is a narrow snapshot that does not capture the load profiles and the behavior of today's market. I have an amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
Chairman King, yield just before he lays out the amendment. Just want to get some.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman King, and I appreciate you discussing this. Some of the questions we had prior to laying out the bill, but just want to be clear. It's my understanding this bill is targeted towards large load customers, specifically data centers. Is that my understanding?
Oh, well, data centers
among other things.
Yeah, data centers are certainly considered in that space, but things like electrifying the Permian Basin would fit in that category as well.
Okay. And then the primary focus of the bill is about ensuring our grid can manage the electricity demands of those data centers and other large load, high capacity uses. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay. And then you're obviously aware in leading state affairs that these large load data centers often have an inverse relationship between their electricity and water use. Is that?
I think that's an accurate statement.
Right. And basically what that means, so that the members know, that the more water they use, particularly these large load facilities, the less electricity they use. Is that correct? And vice versa?
I think that's correct.
Okay. Go ahead. Never mind. No, I'm sorry. I was going to let you respond. And so, what we're trying to do in your bill is start to look at ways to get our infrastructure in place as these new large load data centers and facilities are up and running. Is that?
That is correct. The estimation of the demands on the grid over the next 5 years are astronomical, and that's what this bill is seeking to address.
And then I know there may or may not be, I don't know if there's going to be an addition or an amendment regarding water use, but as it stands now, the bill doesn't talk about anything about, or doesn't contemplate water use.
No, it does
okay.
not.
And I just wanted to get that on the record, just so that we can, as we move forward in these high capacity, high energy use facilities, that water also is part of the conversation. So appreciate your time, and I look forward to supporting the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Waller. I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by King.
Chair recognizes Mr. King.
Thank you, members. This is a perfecting amendment that will ensure the bill is doing what we want it to do. It ensures curtailment only applies to large loads that have backup power, which was always the intent. In the section that requires generators to take current capacity offline, it ensures that we're replacing dispatchable generation with dispatchable generation and not a less reliable source. It strikes duplicative language regarding the process of relocation and generation, leaves it to the PUC to develop uniform rules. It strikes language added from House Bill 3970, changes the co-location review timeline, giving ERCOT 120 days to review an application and send it to PUC, gives PUC 60 days to issue a final order. Finally, in the conditions that can be imposed on a new net metering agreement, all generators or large load customers to be responsible for the cost of standard or underutilized transmission lines resulting from behind-the-meter agreements. I move passage.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Anchia.
Chair recognizes Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I know the author of the amendment said it was a perfecting amendment. This perfects it even further, and it's acceptable to the author. I want to just walk through it very, very quickly with you because it does 5 things. The first thing is a technical amendment. So if you see on line 4 of the amendment to the amendment, here we're changing the word response to the word responsive. Why are we doing that? The frequency responsive services is actually the term of art that is used by ERCOT to describe a specific set of what we call ancillary services that are brought to bear. We want to make sure it's clear to ERCOT that before a load shed event, we want to exhaust ancillary services fully and other demand response, other strategies that ERCOT has before we ask anybody to do load shed. So this change aligns the bill language with ERCOT protocols and avoids confusion in implementation, okay? That's the first thing. On line 6, there's a strike through. This ensures that our munis, our co-ops, and our utilities, investor-owned utilities, are able to provide objections to new load that comes on. Provided, however, that that objection needs to occur during the process, the large load process that's being set up in this bill, so that we have regulatory certainty, they run through the process, and that entire process to bring on large load is going to be 180 days all in, so that our munis, our co-ops, and our electric utilities are at the table during that process. Okay? Next, in item 3, this change clarifies that required protocols must include installation of necessary services, necessary equipment or technology before a customer is interconnected. It reinforces the goal of coordinating firm load shed by specifying equipment requirements up front before the interconnection occurs. And then finally, this change fixes the utility reference in 39.169 to match transmission and distribution utility because there was a drafting error from Legislative Counsel. So now the amendment is truly, truly perfected. It's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Anchia sends up an amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment is acceptable to the amendment author. However, a record vote has been requested on the adoption of the amendment to the amendment. All of those in favor vote aye. All of those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show Ms. Fairley voting aye. Show Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 125 ayes and 6 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. King to speak on the amendment as amended.
Move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment as amended. The amendment is acceptable to the author. All of those in favor, this is a record vote. All those in favor of the amendment as amended, please vote aye. All of those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show Ms. Fairley voting aye. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Show Ms. Pettis of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 117 ayes and 21 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes the following amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a real simple amendment. It says on page 2 of the bill where it says that the commission by rule shall establish standards to do several things, including minimize the potential for stranded infrastructure costs. We also want the commission to minimize additional transmission costs that are passed on to residential and small commercial loads, so small businesses. So as we're doing all this, we just want the commission to be mindful of not unduly passing on additional transmission costs to our constituents, and I believe this is acceptable to the author. I should add there is some good language in the bill about the 4CP and the commission studying that to see how those costs can be better allocated going forward, because we've heard a lot of testimony on that in state affairs. That's a really important piece of the bill. I think this language is just belt and suspenders to better protect our constituents. Move adoption.
Mr. Turner sends up an amendment. The amendment Mr. Turner sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. All those in favor of the amendment vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Wally voting aye. Show Ms. Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 80 ayes and 59 nays, the amendment is adopted. Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Is the Speaker aware of any reason we should be afraid of the Senate?
Mr. Dutton, the chair is not advised.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Simmons, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
So I'm new to this, I'm a freshman, and I just have a quick question for clarification. So I know that the third reading amendments are called GOs, but what do we call amendments to an amendment to an amendment? Who is that named after?
Well, actually, an amendment to an amendment to an amendment is not permitted under the House rules.
Oh, well, an amendment to an amendment.
The chair is not advised.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment, and I think it's acceptable to the author, simply prohibits the participation of any large load customer that curtails in response to the wholesale price of electricity as determined by ERCOT, or that otherwise participates in a different reliability or ancillary service. This amendment simply requires ERCOT to prepare a report to the legislature and the governor on how they intend to implement, and we are implementing this. They are implementing this section by December of 2026.
Speaker.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields for questions.
I was trying to make out the first part of your amendment, and you said that they can't participate in certain programs. Could you restate that, please?
Well, one of the critical provisions of this bill under 39-170 of the committee substitute is in effect a kill switch for the state of Texas. That section allows the installation of systems that allow for ERCOT to do an immediate load curtailment of certain large load operators. And we understand that if passed, it gives the state of Texas the unilateral authority in times of load shed to shut off power to large load customers with only a 24-hour warning. So what this amendment says is if you're going to do that, we need to know the rules for doing that when you in the rulemaking process.
Okay, thank you.
Move adoption.
Mr. Darby sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the bill author. However, a record vote has been requested. All those in favor of the amendment vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wally voting aye. Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Show Ms. Perez of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 95 ayes and 40 nays, the amendment is adopted. Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 6 under Rule 4, Section 32C. The bill analysis is incorrect.
Mr. Tinderholt, please bring your point of order down front.
The point of order has been withdrawn. Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to recommit SB 6 to the Committee on State Affairs immediately. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none. So ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 7. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 7 by Perry, relating to the oversight and financing of certain water infrastructure matters and under the jurisdiction of the Texas Water Development Board.
Mr. Martinez for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 7 to a time certain, 8 a.m. Monday morning, May 26.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none. So ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 36. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 36 by Parker, relating to the Homeland Security activities of certain entities, including the establishment and operations of Homeland Security Division in the Department of Public Safety.
Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 36 under Rule 8, Section 1 of the House Rules and Article 335 of the Texas Constitution on the grounds of the bill caption fails to give reasonable notice to the legislature and the public of the subject of the proposed measure.
Bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on State Affairs to meet the House in session today at 3:45 p.m. in Room 1W14, the Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, or in committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Following announcement, clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on State Affairs will meet today at 3:45 p.m. in Room 1W.14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, raise a point of order on
Bring your
Rule
point of
8.
order down front.
Thank you.
The point of order has been withdrawn. Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 36 establishes a new Homeland Security Division within the Texas Department of Public Safety to coordinate and strengthen Texas Homeland Security and border security initiatives. The division is designed to unify and formalize existing efforts under a centralized strategic framework, improving efficiency and oversight without expanding government enforcement laws. And I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hefner.
Members, the number of grants that could be captured under this section would be difficult for DPS and the Office of the Governor to review and or manage. So the current process for setting these priorities and working through grants is effective, and we need to ensure that this is not unintentionally disturbed. Move adoption.
Mr. Hefner sends up an amendment. It's acceptable by the author. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Kane, aye. 118 to 11. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Fairley voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 94 ayes, 43 nays. Senate Bill 36 passes third reading. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 38. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 38 by Betancourt, relating to the eviction from real property of certain persons not entitled to enter, occupy, or remain in possession of the premises.
Ms. Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, whenever I lay out my bill, usually it's kind of short and sweet, just like my size. But this SB 37 has a lot of people get involved and a lot of good input and have a very, very extensive conversation. So I'm going to spend some time to give you more details. SB 38 updates eviction procedures in Texas by providing uniform rules for venue, notice, court procedures, and appeals. The bill is designed to prevent delays, eliminate unnecessary local requirements, and ensure landlords and tenants alike can rely on a fair, consistent, and a timely legal process. Protect the property right while having an effective and efficient process and show on compassion. It clarifies justice court jurisdiction and bars counterclaims or joinders in eviction suits. It established standardized venue rules and timelines for trial and service. It limits the ability of the Supreme Court to suspend eviction rules unless applied uniformly. Modernize notice delivery options and clarify timelines under federal law. Requires sworn petitions and limits local courts' ability to add pretrial mandates. It creates some summary deposition procedures for uncontested evictions. It streamlines appeals, rent payment applications, and writ issuance. It maintains protection for military tenants and low-income tenants filing appeals. What this bill does not, it does not remove tenants' right to appeal or contest an eviction. It does not reduce or eliminate notice requirements. It does not prevent tenants from raising valid legal claims. It does not interfere with federal tenant protections, including the Servicemen Civil Relief Act. There are a few amendments that members have discussed with me previously, and also having the please allow me to finish that. I appreciate that your interest. Including the communication with the author, Senator Bettencourt, then I plan to accept and might address some of your concerns. So please be patient. No, it's okay now. It's okay. Yeah, okay. Right, and Chairman, well, if you allow me to go ahead and work on the pre-agreed amendments, and that might ease up your concerns. I know you have excellent questions, and I'll be glad to also answer. Is that okay?
Mr. Vo, for what purpose?
Huh?
Will the generally yield for questions?
Yes,
Generally yields for questions.
always yield to my wonderful colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is your bill dealing with commercial properties or residential properties?
Well, this is actually a it's both, but let me share with you. This one came to my attention because I got a lot of complaints from my districts, my constituents, and also the people outside my district, and they say this is something we need to take a look on that, and that's how I get in. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Button.
Chair has Ms. Button.
Yeah, I got it. I can go through all the details, but I would like to share the privilege to explain to everyone with my two other colleagues who have put in a lot of time and effort. So you want to join me?
Let's all do it together.
Mr. Gates.
Okay. This First Amendment is going to deal with making sure that if a notice to vacate, that it's put into a conspicuous place inside the unit. If you hand it to someone, they have to be 16 years or older. And for an off-duty officer who gives notice, they have to present themselves and give identification showing that they're an officer.
All right. Ms. Button, sense of amendment is acceptable to the author. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Bell voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 134 ayes, 1 nay. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Jared. Little Mitch. I'll give you this one. Then you.
Amendment by Little.
Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we're in kind of a group effort here, as I think you can see. One of the concerns that I am going to express to you about the bill has to do with the venue changes. I think you're going to want to pay attention to this. If you're a civil practitioner, this is important. So,
members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
I think this is important. In a forcible entry and detainer case, you can just take the words forcible entry and detainer or forcible and detainer and just understand it means eviction. In an eviction lawsuit, the rule is currently today that if you're being evicted by your landlord, you must be sued for eviction in the precinct and place where the property is. This bill seeks to modify that and, on the motion of the landlord, force the tenant to defend the eviction in an adjacent precinct. Okay? So in Houston and Dallas, I want you to think about how big and how many precincts there are. In Houston, an adjacent precinct can be an hour away. In Dallas, an adjacent precinct can be an hour away. I think this is I think there are some pretty sincere problems with potential forum shopping that a landlord or someone who owns a residence could then force their tenant to defend that eviction as long as an hour away. My understanding is that potentially Representative Button or the Texas Apartment Association is going to amend this to limit it to within 5 miles. I think that would be an okay amendment to the amendment. What I don't think is okay is forcing a tenant to defend an eviction proceeding far away from where they are living. It seems like it's going to have a disproportionate effect on poor people who are going to have to find a way to get to that court to defend that proceeding, and they're going to have to, because of the statute, do it very fast because it has to occur within 3 weeks. So that is the reason for my amendment, and I will just simply ask for your adoption of it.
Mr. Diallo, for what purpose?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
He yields for questions.
Mr. Little, I was listening to your explanation of your amendment, and this is also an area in which I practice in. But just to be clear, the current bill requires the landlord to file suit in the precinct where the property is located. That's mandatory, right?
That's accurate.
Okay. And only if certain things happen can they move to an adjacent precinct.
You're correct about that. Can I make a clarification?
In just a minute, because I want to
Please.
get to the bill. And only if the sheriff or constable cannot serve, process, or some other good cause. And I think we both know that there are just some judges out there that will just never evict a tenant. That sometimes is the case, right?
I believe there are some.
Okay. Okay, well, I just wanted to, when we talk about the bill and we talk about the venue and the forum shopping, I don't see this bill as venue or forum shopping. I see this bill as trying to find an expedited way to fix a problem, but the suit must be filed in the precinct where the apartment is located.
So the problem from my perspective, Representative De Ayala, is there are very important things that are being addressed by this bill. I do believe it is more difficult some places to obtain an eviction in Texas than others. And yes, the suit has to start in the precinct where the property is located. But in my experience, the criteria for a venue transfer are criteria that apply in almost every FED case I've ever had. Meaning, for whatever reason, it doesn't get tried within 21 days. It's an automatic basis for a venue change. In every FED case I've ever had, there was a continuance or a reason it wasn't tried within 21 days. Another basis for a venue change under this proposed statute is the sheriff or constable didn't get them served within 5 days. That happens in almost every case I've been a part of, either because the constable's busy, the sheriff's busy, or the person is difficult to find. And then the last catch-all provision is any other reason on the plaintiff's motion. I think this is overbroad. I think it's overreaching. And the potential effects on the tenant, to me, are pretty significant. I have done this myself, believe it or not. I had to evict someone out of my house. It took me close to 9 months. I had an FED trial, a jury trial. It was appealed to county court where we had a trial. And then my tenant filed for bankruptcy, and I had to lift the automatic bankruptcy stay in federal court to get this person out of my house. And so I understand there are delays for a number of reasons. What I don't want to do is give the landlord a basis to forum shop somewhere else where the suit doesn't belong.
And I don't think that this bill is attempting to do that. For the primary reason is it must be filed in that precinct. So you start there, that shows you're not forum shopping. If there's language modifications to try to take some of these unnecessary, excessive delays out of there and allow the adjacent precinct to adjudicate this case, if there's some language to tighten that up, I think that'd be helpful for the bill.
I think it would be helpful too. I think I don't want to try to solve one problem by creating another one. If you look at the precinct mapped in Dallas, the precinct, the central business district in Dallas, downtown, is encompassed by one precinct, and it spreads east and west. So if I had an eviction for a tenant in downtown Dallas, I could literally make them go to East Dallas under this bill, or I could make them go to West Dallas. And that to me is a bridge too far.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yes, sir. If there are no other questions, I'll move adoption.
Mr. Little sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Bell voting aye. Leach voting aye. Little voting aye. Button voting aye. Gates voting aye. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 117 ayes, 14 nays. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk. Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 5 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment provides is that if you are being evicted because of non-payment of rent and you haven't been delinquent in payment of your rent before, then the landlord must send you a notice to pay the rent or to vacate if you don't want to pay the rent. And if you've never been late before, he has to take the rent. That's what it boils down to.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields for questions.
As I understand your amendment, if the person is behind on the rent and the landlord files an eviction, but the person still attempts to pay the rent, the landlord has to take it. Is that correct?
This amendment deals with one situation, Chairman Dutton. It deals with if you haven't been late before, they must take your money. But if you've been late 5, 6, times before, then the landlord isn't, under this amendment, obligated to take the rent.
And does that cure and start the clock over again? For example, they're late this month, but they pay it, and the landlord accepts it, and then 2 months later, they're late again. Would your amendment affect that situation?
It would not. This is just, you're going to get one mulligan and...
One for the duration of the lease?
Correct. So when you renew your lease, that is if you continued to pay your rent and you signed a new lease for another year, it would restart. But not
It
under
would
the
restart at the beginning of a new lease?
new lease.
Okay, all right, that's what I was asking. Thank you.
And the amendment is, I believe, acceptable to the
Speaker?
author.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for clarifying?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman will yield.
He yields for questions.
Representative Hayes, I really do appreciate this amendment. It's very helpful because my constituents are very concerned about how this bill is going to impact them. So if I have a 12-month lease under your amendment and I am late one time, the provisions of this bill, this amendment, would allow the landlord or require the landlord to accept my late payment of rent.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, say, for instance, I renew my lease next year for a 12-month period. My never been late before starts all over again.
That's correct, because you're a new lease.
It's a new lease, so that's how it reads. So if it's a new lease, even though I'm staying in the same apartment complex or the same unit, I still would be eligible for the provisions of this amendment.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And I don't mean to take all the credit for this amendment. Senator West suggested this, and I told him I'd be pleased to carry
I have a bill that does exactly this, so I appreciate it.
Move adoption.
Mr. Hayes sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Bell voting aye. Ms. Button voting aye. Mr. Gates voting aye. Mr. Leach voting aye. Ms. Luther voting aye. Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 132 ayes, 9 nays. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gates.
Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment does is just ensure that if you try to go for a summary judgment, it doesn't apply in an eviction case, a forcible entry detainer. You can't get a summary judgment under that. It's acceptable to the author. Move for passage.
Mr. Gates sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Leach voting aye. Mr. Gates voting aye. Ms. Button voting aye. Mr. Bell voting aye. Mr. Hayes voting aye. Ms. Luther voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 126 ayes, 15 nays. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Well, it's not yours. Amendment by Goodwin.
Ms. Goodwin.
Do you have a copy of the amendment? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply gives a little bit more time in this process. Rather than holding a hearing on a certain date, it says that it will set the hearing on that by that date, and also that the county court may grant a continuance for good cause. I move adoption.
Ms. Button in opposition.
Thank you, Representative Goodwin. I appreciate your interest in this bill. And this is truly a negotiated bill, and we have now had a chance to analyze your amendment, discuss with numerous stakeholders, and have visited with us, and I think this is very important that we respect the negotiation and understanding, but I do appreciate your interest. I move to table the amendment respectfully.
Goodwin to close.
I close.
Ms. Button has moved to table. The question is on the motion to table. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye, Ms. Goodwin voting nay, Mr. Bell voting aye, Mr. Hayes voting aye, Mr. Gates voting aye, Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Bell voting aye. Have all members voted? 79 ayes, 60 nays. The motion to table prevails. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of El Paso.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Members, I'm not sure about you, but if you've ever lost your debit card or credit card and then you had to redo all of those payments and sometimes you forgot and you missed one, I know that my Netflix account has sometimes been disabled because I lost my credit card and then I had to redo it. Imagine if your bill pay was connected to your rent. And imagine then that you didn't notice on the first day. This bill would have very real consequences because it shortens the time from what is currently established to only 3 days. So what this amendment would do is very straightforward. It simply standardizes the notice to vacate period to 7 days. 7 days, giving tenants a fair chance to pay back rent and fees before an eviction filing moves forward and nullifies lease terms that shorten this window. Members, it's really costly to go through an eviction process. So it's not ideal for either the landlord or for the tenant to have to go through this process. And empty units don't help anyone. This amendment helps landlords get paid and families remain housed. It's a win-win for everybody, win-win for the state and local governments. Every eviction is avoided means fewer families and shelters, fewer emergency services used, and fewer public dollars spent on problems that could have easily been resolved prior to going to court. This is a smart policy that standards vacate periods. It protects private property rights while also helping tenants. And I move adoption of this amendment.
Ms.
And
Butt?
Sorry. And I will say, these ideas and these amendments we are offering have been discussed both in committee and before this and before this bill is brought to the floor. So there is a chance to adopt these amendments.
Ms. Button in opposition.
Thank you. I always appreciate my dear friend and Chairwoman Gonzalez's interest in my bills, but respectfully, I move to table the amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield?
Generally yield for questions.
Yes, always
hold
happy
on.
to yield to my dear friend.
You need to withdraw your motion to table if you're going to
Okay.
answer questions.
That's right. I'm sorry. Let's table first, to follow the procedure.
Well,
So
my
I'm
question's
not-
on this motion. I mean, it's on
Do
this
you,
amendment.
do you withdraw your motion to table?
For now.
The motion to table is temporarily withdrawn. Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield for
Generally
questions?
yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Chair Button, I have a question about the notice to vacate. So under this amendment, the proposed amendment, it would say that they have to get, the tenant is given 7 days for the notice to vacate. My question deals with once a notice to vacate is issued and served on the tenant, will the proceedings, the forcible detainer or the eviction proceedings continue, or could they continue even if the tenant pays the full rent or the amount due?
Under the current law, I tell you what, let me have an attorney to answer. I'm a CPA, I'm not an attorney, okay? But I know that's a good question. I yield to Mr. Hayes to help me answer this good question. You were asking why I opposed the amendment?
No, I'm asking how this is going to work in practice if the amendment were to work in practice. If you oppose it, I'm trying to get to that point. I'm laying the groundwork for asking a question about how it's going to work and then why she would oppose it. I'll come down. You want me to come down?
I oppose the amendment. It's because this is now the previously notified and negotiated until this last minute. So I move to table the amendment
I understand you-
with respect, and that's
Sure.
the reason behind my motion.
I understand. I understand you're tabling it because you didn't have a chance to read it. Is that what you're saying? Or it
Ms.
wasn't-
Collier,
More
she
than
has
that.
moved to table at this point, so that's going to end the questions here. Ms. Gonzalez, you back
Mr.
up, you can ask
Speaker?
her questions. Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Members, if you've never been late on a bill, if you've never had constituents who've been late on a bill, if you've never accidentally missed something because of bill pay, 3 days. We're not asking to give we're not asking to give more time, we're only asking for 7 days. 7 days.
Mr.
This
Speaker?
is a good balance
Ms. Rodriguez Ramos, for
between,
what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
of course.
She yields for questions.
Representative, in your layout of your amendment, you said you, if I recall correctly, you had conversations with the bill's author regarding a provision for an extension of days?
I will say that During the committee, there was a conversation about the limited time allotment. Also, I know that there have been negotiations. All of these ideas have been brought to all the stakeholders. I do sympathize. The chairwoman has been navigating this very complex bill, and there's been lots of ideas. This idea was presented. It was rejected by the stakeholders. But I will say this: it was not by the stakeholders. It was rejected by one certain group of stakeholders. But for the people who are advocating for renters, they were very clear that this is necessary to have happen. So I think the idea that, we haven't heard this idea before is not accurate.
So what you're saying, and the way the current bill is without this amendment, is I as a tenant have 5 days to evict or to after the notice. But what you're saying is make it 7?
It's 3 days, and we're trying to make it 7.
It's 3 days that I have to vacate the property, but you're trying to make it 7. So for a working family, an additional 4 days, because as the bill reads, this includes holidays and weekends. So this, giving the other 4 days over the holidays and weekends, I mean, it's not, it would put any working family in a bind, correct?
Yes, I mean, think about it. Think if you just got your paycheck and you have to go to the bank to get it cash. Sometimes banks won't immediately cash your checks, and so now you may not have the income in order to pay your rent. We're not saying, we're not trying to support businesses and understand that sometimes you do have to evict people who have overstayed their payment. But we're only asking for 7 days. It's a reasonable measure, which would make sure we don't have people who don't have a home to live in. Imagine being a mom. You just got your paycheck. You couldn't get to the bank in time that night, so now you put it the next day, and now the next day you're already being evicted. That is a wild idea to me.
It is wild, because I think a representative, for a mom like you just referenced, getting her paycheck on Friday night, getting that notice on Friday night, there are banks, correct, that don't open on Saturday or maybe half a day. And in situations like this, there are some tenants who have to work on Saturday morning, so maybe they can't get to the bank on Saturday morning to address this issue. And so what your amendment is allowing is for life situations to happen in just a few more days, for their children not to be removed from stability, from a stable home, for just a matter of days to provide a little more planning for the family, correct?
Correct. And honestly, I would venture to say not all of it is going to be because you just got your paycheck. I bet you half of these evictions, because it's such a limited time period, are going to be because of an accident. I didn't change my bill pay code. I got a new credit card and didn't realize it. Or my debit card expired and I didn't know that. And so when they tried to do the charge, it didn't happen. I bet you so many of these evictions will just be because of pure accidents. And again, we're not asking for 30 days. We're saying 7 days to recognize that there is a problem and you could remedy it quickly and responsibly.
And these issues were brought up in the hearing during committee.
Yes, completely.
So the bill author did have an opportunity to make these considerations and make it more amenable for working families, and is choosing not to. Thank you, Representative.
I will just say one last thing. Who are we considering stakeholders in this conversation? And what I'm trying to add is that renters are human beings. Renters are families who are just trying to create a stable home, and they should also have, we're not asking for a lot. This is a very balanced amendment, and I'm praying to all the legislative gods and wish, like Ken King likes that I do, that she will adopt this amendment.
Thank you, Representative.
Ms. Gonzalez, the Senate amendment. Ms. Buttons moved to table. The questions on the motion to table. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Mr. Hayes voting aye. Ms. Collier voting no. Mr. Gates voting aye. Mr. Bell voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 83 ayes, 56 nays. The motion to table prevails. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
Mr. Wu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, one of the things in this bill that you may not be aware of that it did, because it's kind of hidden in there, is that the governor of the state and the Texas Supreme Court has the ability to pause some of these court actions. That during COVID, when everyone was stuck in their house, before we had virtual courtrooms set up, while we were told that we could not leave, or while we were forced to be home, the Texas Supreme Court paused eviction proceedings in the court system to facilitate this issue, to make sure that during this time of emergency, that one, people were not being kicked out of their homes unnecessarily, and then causing a public health crisis because they would be forced into local shelters and anything that were basically not open at the time. And also give the courts a chance to change their process so they can actually have these hearings virtually. It would also take this legislation right now, as it exists, would take away not only the ability of the courts, but also take the ability of the governor to do the same. And in its place, it says that only the legislature can. While this is noble, the problem is that when we're outside of session, the only time we can meet is when the governor calls a special session. And as you has seen for yourself, during massive hurricane devastation after Hurricane Harvey, we did not call a special session even to address that mounting crisis. During COVID, when we needed extra funds, we did not get a special session, even though many of you asked for it. This amendment provides a little safety valve that if we cannot meet, that we should keep our existing law that gives the Supreme Court and the governor the ability to temporarily pause some of these proceedings so that we can take care of the emergency first. That's all this amendment does. It just puts us back to the current law where the governor and the Texas Supreme Court, both of whom are elected officials in the state, to have a pressure relief valve.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Turner, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Wu. Does your amendment give any new powers to the courts or to the governor?
Absolutely not. This would only return us to the powers they have existing right now instead of stripping it from them.
So this would simply maintain the status quo?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And in fact, this amendment may help prevent a conflict of a separation of powers because, again, the courts have the complete ability to run their own court system and tell their courts how to operate. That is the purview of the Texas Supreme Court and the judicial branch. This amendment would put back their ability to control their own membership and control their own process.
And if I understand what you're saying, essentially this is going to preserve some flexibility around eviction procedures in the event of a future unforeseen emergency. Is that fair
Absolutely.
to say?
And as we have seen, we cannot predict what is coming next. If we could address everything well before it happens. But the problem is, we never expected COVID to come. We expected Hurricane Harvey, but not to the extent that it happened. And many of those things cause what we call statewide emergencies, catastrophic emergencies. And this amendment would put back the safety valve that has always been in place to allow us to have our public officials, our highest level officials, make snap decisions in the times of extreme emergency. Without this amendment, that safety valve is gone. And you need to listen carefully because if we have some kind of event in the future, there will be no one to blame except the members of the legislature.
Yeah. Well, I think it's really important that we maintain some flexibility for our state's leaders in times of extreme emergency and crisis that again are unforeseen, that we can't predict what they will be or when they will come. So
Absolutely.
I think this is a good amendment. I hope the author accepts it.
And let's say, even if in a time of extreme emergency, a statewide disaster, that the governor would have to call for a special session, the legislature would need time to need time to file bills, need time to debate bills, and all those things. In the meanwhile, Texans are suffering for weeks and weeks while we wait for that process.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
He yields for questions.
Sir, I'm just reviewing this. So the bill's section that you're affecting is on, it's section 2, is that right?
Yes, it starts on page 1, line 23 to 24, but then we skip over to page 3, and the section that we're talking about is starting on line 11 and ends on line 25.
Got it. Okay, just want to make sure I was discussing. So the bill, as I understand it, as written, doesn't affect the Supreme Court's ability to close courts.
Right.
It simply says that if they do close, they must do it uniformly. Is that your reading of the bill as is?
My understanding of the bill is that it affects both the governor's office and the Texas Supreme Court. If I'm wrong about the Texas Supreme Court, then it's still true for the governor.
Well, so that's why I'm reading this section of the bill. This section does not affect the authority of the Supreme Court to modify or suspend certain provisions for the conduct of any court proceedings affected by a disaster under the disaster code, government code, but such a modification or suspension may be applied to an eviction suit only if we've got a suspension that's applicable to all that are similarly affected by a disaster, and then it creates some writing that's available to the public. So I understood the bill to say that if we're going to close, we need to close uniformly. So with the amendment, it would permit closures of some courts and not others?
I think that is up to the Supreme Court. I think if you have a disaster, again, like Hurricane Harvey, there were no issues up in North Texas, but South Texas, the coastline was devastated for months.
No, but
I think that's a situation where you would want the ability to.
But and I think I agree with what you're saying. B1 is the one specifically talking about. Sorry, in B you have an eviction suit. So we're talking about JP courts. So then the Supremes, with your amendment, the Supremes could suspend action in a JP court only, but not in the other courts? I'm just trying to understand with the amendment on the bill, because my understanding is the bill itself creates uniformity of closures if there is a closure depending on the region. So if courts are closed, but with the amendment, you would be able to, even in one region, like you said, Harris County disaster declaration, some courts could be open, some courts could not be open. That's what your amendment would do. Why would we want to have lack of uniformity in court closures where a disaster is in place?
I think the way I understand this is that this would affect that provision of this part would change only the region. What I want to do with this amendment is just leave the current law where it is. Allow the Supreme Court to make those decisions on their own without this, to allow them to have the leeway to make those emergency decisions unimpeded.
Is it your position that the bill changes the Supreme Court's authority to make those modifications?
I believe it does.
I guess the way that I read that section is their authority isn't curtailed in terms of closures. It is requiring uniformity of closures. That's the way I understand it.
Okay.
I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions. He has 30 seconds left.
Okay, I understand you're doing this amendment because there may be special circumstances that happen in one particular location, and you want it to have the flexibility to be able to address that concern. It may not be a declared disaster, but it's a disaster in that court.
And again, it's not for me to respond, but for the governor and the Supreme Court to respond.
Absolutely. Thank you. You have a great amendment.
I appreciate the conversation, but I move to table.
Mr. Wu to close.
Members, just ask you to maintain the safety valve that we have in place in current law. Ask you to vote no on the motion table.
Mr. Wu has sent up an amendment. Ms. Button has moved to table. The question is on the motion to table. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye, Mr. Hayes voting aye, Mr. Gates voting aye, Mr. Bell voting aye. Mr. Lowe voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 86 ayes, 54 nays. The motion to table prevails. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Dallas.
Mr. Jones.
Members, this is an amendment that is straightforward and that is a legal fix for this bill. Senate Bill 38 currently includes language that conflicts with federal eviction protections, like those established under the CARES Act, which requires a 30-day notice to vacate. State law cannot override federal law. Attempting to do so only invites litigation and more confusion on a process that is already complicated. This amendment strikes the language to ensure compliance and prevents costly legal battles. It's a matter of following the law and respecting the courts. I hope that following the law is something that is of interest to the author, and I ask that she accepts. I move adoption.
Ms. Button, opposition.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate your interest. Once again, move to table.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Will you please allow us an opportunity to question the bill author before a motion to table? Or is it going to be a motion to table? Because if that's the case, I'm going to proactively ask an opportunity to question before I am preempted with the motion.
Ms. Collier, I will recognize you and ask the questions. Once the motion to table has been made, the debate on that side has been cut, and it's only the opportunity to do that. So yes, if I did not, we will acknowledge you as long as you're there.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Representative Jones, I want to ask, you know, if there's a violation of the federal law, what is the recourse? I mean, if they evict someone earlier than what they're allowed by law, then that could subject the landlord to additional penalties. Is that right?
Absolutely. Not only additional penalties, but evictions settled could be overturned if it is done in conflict with federal law.
Are there any, is there a recourse for the tenant who is wrongfully convicted under that process?
I don't think at this time, and I think that that's why we want to make sure that we put in laws and guardrails to this bill to make sure that everyone is protected in this. But if we put this bill forward right now, there will be issues that renters can face and no recourse, and they will be removed from their homes, unable to get back in their homes if errors are found. So I think we have to make sure that we do the necessary work to get this right the first time.
Absolutely. Thank you for your amendment.
Thank you so much.
For what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Of course.
Yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative, for bringing this important amendment up. But I think what's getting lost is that this is not only helpful for tenants, but it's also good for business owners. And when we align federal law and state law, it makes things less confusing. When we have different state laws and different federal laws, it's just confusing for everybody. Is that accurate?
Very much so accurate.
So I think what we are offering in some of these amendments is both a balanced approach to help both tenants and the people who run our apartments. These two elements have to work together, and so doing this is extremely important to make sure we're being both pro-business and pro-tenant at the exact same time. These are not binary components, right?
That is correct.
Thank you very much for your very important amendment.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones sends up an amendment. Ms. Button has moved to table. Questions on the motion table. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye, Mr. Bell voting aye, Mr. Gates voting aye, Mr. Hayes voting aye, Mr. Dutton voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 87 ayes, 52 nays. The motion to table prevails. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of Dallas.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This amendment addresses a simple but important issue. What happens if a tenant shows up to file an appeal at 4:30 but the Justice Court is already closed? SB 38 does not account for this, but the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure do. It's not unusual for justice courts, particularly in rural areas of our state, to not have regular business hours. Even in our cities, some courts are unavailable during some regular business hours. For this reason, the Texas Supreme Court long ago established rules that extend deadlines in justice courts to the following day if a court closes before 5 p.m., so as to accommodate for these irregular hours. My amendment aligns eviction cases with existing court practices, giving tenants until the next business day if the court closes early. This is about ensuring access to justice and preventing procedural traps. No one should lose their right to an appeal because a local court closes early or closes unexpectedly. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
yield.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. So going into your amendment, you're referencing page 3, but the page before that talks about the computation of time, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you're referencing. So the notice, when we're talking about the computation of time, we're allowing under this bill, the author's bill, it includes the clock is ticking on the day that the clock starts ticking, not on the day that the event begins, not on the day that the eviction, that they receive the eviction, but it includes that Saturday, it includes the Sunday, it includes any state or federal holiday. So the clock is ticking to get the family out on those days, including the last day of the period, and if it's maybe extended the next day if there's another provision there. But what you're saying is we want at least the clock to stop ticking, not to start ticking on the day if the court is closed and they didn't have an opportunity to file an appeal, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So the way the bill is written, it's expediting. So mom or dad, it's really requiring them to do something on the Saturday and Sundays, state and federal holidays when the courts are closed. In addition, and what you're saying is, hey, if the courts are closed at one of those days, they're not open, then allow them the opportunity, not 40 days later, but at least 12 hours later, correct?
Yes.
It's a great amendment. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button to speak against the amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos, for what
will the
purpose?
representative yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for the lady does not yield for questions,
I'm sorry. Did the rep?
and she is not at this time. She has moved the table.
Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez to close.
Again, members.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield?
Lady yield for questions.
I yield.
Lady yields.
Thank you for yielding to questions. We're talking about people's livelihoods. We're talking about homelessness, families getting kicked to the streets. And it's unfortunate that the bill's author would not answer any questions. I appreciate you answering questions about your amendment, the importance of not kicking families out in the streets and giving them at minimum 12 extra hours. And this amendment is something that anybody with any reasonable person would accept if we really care about families, considering a third of Texans are tenants. So 1 out of every 3 people, were you aware that 1 out of every 3 people in Texas is a tenant, not an owner of a property?
I was not.
Yes, and in fact, were you aware that in my district, 2 out of 3 people are tenants?
That's a lot of people.
That's a lot. And in fact, the bill's author, 1 out of every 3 people in her district is a tenant. Were you aware of that?
I was not.
Thank you. And allowing people less than 12 hours to figure out what they need to do if, in fact, courts close, I think it's very reasonable, and it's unreasonable to not answer questions when we're talking about lives and families and homelessness. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I move adoption.
Ms. Gonzalez sends up an amendment. Ms. Button moves to table. The question occurs on the motion to table. Vote aye if you are opposed to the amendment. Vote no if you support the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Gates voting aye, Ms. Button voting aye, Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye, Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 81 ayes, 56 nays, the motion to table prevails. Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against? Chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas to speak against the bill.
Members, I stand today in opposition of Senate Bill 38. As someone who represents a district that has over half of its residents as tenants, I have heard the concerns of my constituents, and I know that they have met with Chairwoman Button and Senator Bettencourt on this matter on numerous occasions. While the purpose of SB 38 is to target squatters, its broad language poses a significant threat to the rights and well-being of legitimate Texas renters. By expediting the evictions process and reducing the time tenants have to respond to eviction notices, this bill undermines fundamental due process. The expedited timeline of this bill fails to account for the realities that many renters face. Finding legal assistance, understanding the complex legal proceedings, and securing alternative housing all takes time. This drastically shortens the response window that could lead to unjust evictions, increase housing instability, and negatively impact tenants' physical and mental health. While addressing the issues of squatters is important, it should not come at the expense of the rights of millions of law-abiding Texans. Senate Bill 38 in its current form risks harming vulnerable tenants by creating a system that favors speed over fairness. I urge the members of the House to carefully consider the implications and amend the bill to ensure the adequate protections for renters while addressing the concerns regarding unlawful occupants.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to speak against the bill.
Members, I know that this bill was brought as a bill against squatters, which I think is dealing with a bad problem. But this bill really doesn't have anything to do with it. It's premised on a lie. This bill is about the 40% of Texans who rent, who do not own a home, mostly people who are young, people who are poor, people who are minorities, people who are in the working class of Texans, people who struggle to live month to month, paycheck to paycheck, sometimes day to day. We premise this bill on the idea that the eviction process is not efficient, it's out of hand, cases are going on too long, cases are going on 60, 90 plus days. That's a lie. It is demonstrably false. Because right now in 2023, in Harris County, the average time to eviction was 21 days. In Dallas County, it was 18 days. In Travis County, it was 20 days. In Bexar County, 22 days. And in looking at how many cases actually go past 60 days, Harris County, it was under 2%. In Dallas County, it was 0%. Travis County, 2%. Bexar County, 2%. The current eviction process, with its safeguards, with its requirements for due process, works. It has worked now, it has continued to work, it has worked in the past. And so our efforts to say that we're going to come here and fix the eviction process is premised on a lie. I was one of a few people, very few people, who voted against the property tax bill back a few sessions ago. And the reason I voted against that bill is because it did nothing for renters. It did nothing for 85% of my district. And while most people in this body have less than 60%, some of you are down in the 20s, maybe 30% renters, that no matter how big this population is, they are permanently an underclass. They are permanently forgotten by this body.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
And I have taken those votes, and I will take this vote again today to tell them that you are not forgotten. There are people here who see you. There are people here who understand the struggle. There are people here who understand that you are busting your ass every single day and barely making it. That things like this, that if you are suddenly just late for a few days, that they can't just take your apartment away, kick you out simply because you were late a couple of days. And all these different protections that we had in the bill, that had in the current law, are being stripped away.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I will.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Wu, are you concerned about page 6, section 24.005006, Rules of Court, which says that a court cannot adopt local rules, forms, or standing orders for eviction suits that require the petition to have specific content in it about why you're late?
Absolutely. And that is just one of many provisions in this bill that takes a process that we have created in the past to be a fair process, to be a process where we don't take sides on who should win and who should lose. And instead, what we are putting into place is a one-sided law that gives ample opportunities, unlimited tools to those who seek evictions, but limit the ability of people who are fighting it to fight back.
In fact, it authorizes sloppy paperwork because it says that the court may not authorize the dismissal of an eviction suit on the basis that the petition is improper if the petition can be amended. But right
Absolutely.
Now, yeah.
Absolutely. And we have heard horror stories from not just my district, but many other places where people will say, like, I paid my rent. I paid all of my rent, paid it on time, but because of their mistake, they filed an eviction notice anyways. Or they filed the eviction notice for my neighbor and put my name instead. Or they did something else. And time again, people will say, this is not proper. This is like they filed an incorrect petition. They didn't do the right thing. They didn't serve me with process, whatever it is. And this bill now says a court can't just toss out a case just because it's wrong.
Right.
A power that every court in this state has.
In
That
fact-
if a petition comes in and it is flatly wrong, you have the ability to say, no, get that out of here.
In fact, we here at the Capitol in the House, if the paperwork is wrong, we send it back.
We call them points of orders.
That's right.
And that's the whole point. That we are now being so heavy-handed against the people in this state who are the working class people, against people struggling to survive, people who rent because they have no other choice. We are telling them, we're going to put our thumb on you. We're going to put our boot on you. And we're going to take the sides of the other side. And we're going to take the side of one side against you.
And in fact, it's pretty much bleeding into the judicial and system by telling the courts what they can and cannot do in their courtroom in terms of what paperwork is acceptable.
This is a violation of people's due process. This is a ham-handed approach to give almost unfeathered power to landowners, to landlords, and I hope the people at home, I hope the people who, the 40% of Texans who rent, I hope they're listening, and I hope they're watching what their elected officials do, and you know what? I hope they go vote.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez Ramos to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, And to the residents of Texas, those that 40% who are tenants who are not yet homeowners, for many reasons we have people who are not yet homeowners. Number one, it's difficult to buy a home. With our market values increasing, this bill will impact a lot of Texans, especially our young generation, because many of those are tenants. But what we're saying in this bill is we don't care if you are tenants. We don't care if we're going to exacerbate the homelessness problem in Texas. We don't care, because there is a powerful lobby here in Texas who is fighting on behalf of those owners and not the working families of Texas. And this bill says we don't care that you, if you're served with an eviction petition, you only have as few as 4 days to file a legal response. We don't care that the courts may be closed. We don't care if it happens during the weekends or a federal holiday. Tenant, to the majority of Texans, we don't care. We don't care that we're giving landlords up to 21 days to get to trial, yet tenants only have a few days to get to trial if they object to this. We don't care because it's not about you, working families and tenants. We don't care if your stuff is going to be thrown on the curb and your children are asking, Mommy and Daddy, what are we going to do? Where are we going to go? This bill is saying we don't care. We don't care if you see more families homeless on the streets. We don't care. We've done nothing to make property ownership more available and easy for you, Texas residents. But if we're going to make sure that the opportunity gap widens more and more, we don't care what this bill does. It allows a writ of possession, meaning physical removal from the home, to be issued almost immediately after judgment with no real time to appeal. Tenants of Texas, we don't care. We don't care that it allows a tenant to lose their case in their home just for missing a couple of rent payments or being late. They made a modification for one late payment a year or term of your lease, but after that, we don't care. We don't care that the federal government has a financial stranglehold on families. We haven't given you health care. We're taking away SNAP benefits. We're denying representation, and we don't care if you're on the streets with your family. Every procedural step in SB 38 is designed to be as short as possible, from notice to response, trial, judgment, and removal of the renter. How is a renter ever supposed to recover from a mistake or delay? But guess what, Texas? The bill author and the power of the majority here is saying, we don't care. And that is unfortunate. And yes, unfortunately, tenants in Texas and working class families don't have a powerful, financially backed lobby, but what you do have is your voice, and we hope that you fight back and say, you know what, in November, we do care, and we're going to stop this insanity. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Would the lady yield for questions?
Yes, I
Lady
yield.
yields.
Representative Rodriguez-Ramos, I'm not sure, I want to ask, I'm not sure if the bill author is going to come up and answer questions, so I figure you and I can
We
speculate.
care. Yes,
Yeah,
we
can
care.
speculate on what this bill does, and it's nothing good to me. I don't see anything good about this. But on page 11, it says it deals with the appeals after the JP Court has heard the case. On line 17, it says the county court shall hold a trial not later than the 21st day after the date the transcript and original papers are delivered to the county court. Now, what happens if the trial is not? It doesn't happen within the 21st day. What if it's a Saturday, a Sunday, or what happens if the court's backlogged? Some courts, county courts, do criminal cases, family cases, and they do civil cases in these smaller counties. So, are they to prioritize eviction suits over those cases?
Well, unfortunately, the bill author who's been working on this bill for a while, probably has the best answer for this, but since she's not answering questions, I would say it doesn't matter. We don't care. Whatever's faster to get the tenant out of that property and get him evicted is what's going to happen.
And that's what's unfortunate, because these rigid deadlines that are in here for the county court may not work in reality, because there are other cases that they have to hear. Are they expected to set aside those cases to accommodate this new law?
Well, you would think if you cared about people that, you know, we would give
Flexibility.
Flexibility for the tenant, but you
And
know,
the court. This is not giving the court any flexibility.
Oh, right. And we know there's, you know, the courts are still, the dockets are still packed, but unfortunately, in Texas, we don't care.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. So I hope that the bill author will come up and address this provision in here.
Well, that would be democratic, and that would be a full, robust democracy to answer questions on a bill that you author and that you've been working on. But unfortunately, that's not the case here.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield?
Mr. Toth, for what purpose is gentlelady
gentlelady
yield for
yield?
questions?
Any questions you should have for the bill author?
Well, I
Thank you.
want to ask you, you had
not
talked,
yield.
you had mentioned several times about a lobbyist. I want to know who the lobbyist that you're talking about.
Does the lady yield for questions?
Yes, a
The
representative.
lady yields for questions.
You have access to the same information I do, but you know what? I'm not the one who filed the bill. You should ask the bill author which
I'm
lobbyist
just not
she has
clear what
spoken with
lobbyist
you.
you're talking about
Well-
that's behind this bill.
Sir, it's public information. Look at the lobbyist. But you know what? We know how the system works. You and I know
We
very
absolutely
well.
do, and I know that there's no lobbyist behind this bill that's supporting the efforts of Mrs. Button. And here's my next question.
Well, it's
if a squatter stays in a house and someone that makes $80,000 to $100,000 a year owns that house, who cares about that person?
Well,
Who
you know
cares
what?
about the person that's going to lose their house to the bank? And then the bank ends up putting the squatter out instead of the homeowner.
You know,
Does that matter?
That's a great question for the bill author. Maybe you should ask her. Maybe,
Well, I want to
maybe
know
that's
about.
a
I want to
question
know from
she'll
you.
take.
Don't
I
you
didn't
care?
write the bill.
Members, please do not talk over each other.
Do you not care about the people that own the house? They may not be wealthy. Do they not matter to you?
They matter to me. The question is,
Evidently,
ask
they don't.
the bill author. You're making assumptions, sir.
You're
and
making
you know what
assumptions as well,
assumptions are.
saying that this
Well,
is controlled by the
unfortunately-
lobby.
Members, please do not speak over each other.
I
It is
wouldn't have to.
Q&A.
Yes, sir. I wouldn't have to make assumptions if the bill author clarified any questions, but that's not the case.
You're
is
making
it?
assumptions of people that own private property, rental property, that they're controlled by lobbyists, and that somehow they have millions of dollars to be able to keep people in a house when someone doesn't pay their rent.
You're wrong in that I'm making that assumption. What I'm saying is,
Do
the
you care
bill-
about people that will lose their
What
property?
do you think?
Do you care that people will lose their property because a renter won't pay their rent?
What do you think?
I guess you don't care.
Okay. Well, that's your opinion.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Flores, for
Will
what
the
purpose?
gentlelady yield?
Lady yield for questions.
Yes, I
Lady
yield.
yields.
Isn't it true, Ms. Ramos, that this bill does not address the issue of squatters in what is currently the bill?
That's correct.
And didn't we just pass a bill, a criminal bill, to address the issue of squatters yesterday on this very floor?
That's correct.
So it'd be fair to say that this bill is more about shortening the amount of time renters have and shortening their due process rights in order to make sure that these people are evicted as soon as possible. Isn't that right?
That's correct. And unfortunately, the previous colleague who asked those questions is completely muddying the water and giving misinformation to the public, because this is not about denying the owner access to their property. This is not about that at all. And so they want to muddy the waters and confuse people that individuals do not care about the property owners that are the leaseholders or the landlords, that we don't care about that. This has nothing to do with that bill, because this bill allows them to the property to be returned to them. We're just talking about a matter of days. And so it's unfortunate that they like to give misinformation continuing, but we know that's par for course. So thank you very much for clarifying
Well, thank
that.
you for caring about the renters of the state.
The
I
gentlelady's
care
time has
too.
expired.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to speak against the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, today I rise to take off my legislator hat and put on my child hat. This child who lived from pillar to post, the eldest of 5 children raised by a single mother who gave everything she had to keep us going. My mom worked overtime. She often didn't have a car. Sometimes we didn't have a working phone, but she never stopped trying. This bill is literally traumatizing me. From 9th grade to 12th grade, we were evicted again and again. Not because we were squatters, Mr. Speaker. May I have some order? I can't hear.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
Not because we were squatters, not because we didn't care, but because we were poor. I remember one eviction like it was yesterday. We came home and the doors were off the hinges. And the doors were off the hinges. All of our belongings, everything we owned, were thrown outside. We lost clothes, furniture, heirlooms, the literal. My father was an artist. He had prints. When I grew up, I was gonna get to keep them. They got thrown outside and we lost them. The only physical memories we had of him, they were just gone. That does something to you. My mother would have missed court dates under this bill, not because she didn't care. One, she couldn't afford to miss work during business hours because she was working overtime just to keep us afloat. Two, we often didn't have transportation. We didn't have a car. We didn't have money for a taxi. I had to walk to school far. And I would literally pray that one of my teammates would see me and give me a ride. That was normal for me. It was survival. Sometimes my mom dropped us off at my best friend's house and dropped my sister off at her best friend's house just so we had a place to sleep. And the next morning we go to school wearing somebody else's clothes. You try showing up like that and feeling like you belong. It's because of that trauma that I made 2 promises to myself. One, that I would own a home so I would never get evicted again. And 2, that I would own a home so that my son would never have to be evicted like we were. SB 38 would have crushed my family. It lets landlords evict people with almost no notice, no hearing, no understanding of the lives behind these walls. This bill isn't just about property, it's about people. And poor people, black people, brown people, poor people, working moms, children, they will bear the weight of this. Those of you from Houston know who Marvin Zindler is. And he used to say, it's hell to be poor. People label us because my mother worked from paycheck to paycheck. And the paychecks didn't even work for the next month's rent. And it doesn't make a lick of sense that I'm a woman about to be 60 years old. In a very few months, And I'm up here traumatized over how I was forced to live as a kid because people don't understand poverty. You label us as squatters. This isn't about squatting. This is about eviction, and it's real. And that same person that everybody labeled, my single mother raised a lawyer. That's me. My other sister is a physician and a CPA. Is a physician and an MBA, and my baby sister is an accountant. Y'all are treating us like we don't deserve it, and it's just not right, and this bill is wrong. And very rarely do I show emotion, but I'm literally traumatized by this bill. And the way that the bills offer won't even allow people to ask her questions and talk. These are real issues. We are real people. I urge you to vote against this bill.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to close.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Does the lady yield for questions?
Please let me make my statement, and I will definitely answer your questions and appreciate your comments very much.
Not at this time.
Thank you. Not this time. Members, some of you remember my background. I was born and raised in Taiwan. When my parents escaped the communist China, they dropped everything, just brought my grandma. You all know that I grew up in a family of 7 in this 300 little house made of bamboo and mud. Did not have bathroom, did not have kitchen, and my mom cooked on the street. And that's not just when I was a little kid. In high school and junior high school, well, when my mom passed away 3 years ago, 2 weeks before her passing away, she said, "Angie, I appreciate you so much. When you were in high school and junior high, I did not have to spend any money on you when you go to the school." I said, "Mama, I don't even remember that. I was just a nerd, study all the time." Then she said, "You remember all your school clothes were donated by the church members." Okay? But at that time, we were renting a little apartment. Sometimes I opened my lunch box. It was purely rice and 3 pickles. Well, but we never, my family, my parents tell us the discipline, the respect. We never miss a house payment to the landlord. And I want you to know that I wasn't born with a silver spoon like some of the people might like to portray me. And I am a CPA, I'm not a lawyer. My husband and I live in the same house for 35 years in Garland. We don't own any rental property. The reason I filed this bill because I have constituents coming to my office, sending me emails saying that they saved all their life to make some extra money in order to buy the home, paying the mortgage, the tax. Well, they cannot claim the homestay exemption for their rental property, you know that. And save the money in order to send their kid to school and save some when they retire and get old and subsidize their family living. Those are the people I'm sponsoring this bill for, not any lobbyist or whatever, the big whatever you want to say. Those are ordinary folks you get to see in your district. I don't know the statistics about my district 2/3 or whatever, they are renters. I don't know, really know that kind of, but my neighbors, well, maybe I stop there because I never like to say anything negative about any of my colleagues. It doesn't matter which party they belong to, because I think that's a basic respect. And I see some of my colleagues are nodding their head. That's just my style, okay? But I do want to answer some of the questions. Don't worry, Representative. You, my dear friend, we work on the cancer, the reproductivity preservation, and I remember how much you help. So I will get back with you. But I do want to answer some questions. Yes, SB 38 does address squatting. SB 38 includes an expedited process called summary deposition that allows property owners to request a judgment in any case of unauthorized occupancy, many of which are squatting cases, where there are no disputed facts that would prevent a judgment for a property owner. And in response to concerns raised by some members of this wonderful legislature, I have agreed to accept some amendments to SB 38 in order to limit the application of the summary disposition process to only forcible entry and detainer evictions. So it is really a squatter bill. But it also streamlined the process because we respect property rights. Earlier, a Democrat representative, a friend, came to me and says, well, I'm not going to mention his name to embarrass him, okay? Because I didn't have his permission. And he has some properties, and he did say that, wow, you know what? We have to pay our mortgage in order to keep those property. I say, exactly.
Mr. Speaker?
Exactly.
Mr.
Please
Speaker?
let me finish that. There's some.
Your time is coming up,
yeah,
and we
okay,
can't extend
okay.
it.
No, they will. They let me know when the time is close. Don't worry, you will have your chance to ask. But I do want to give some feedback to the very important questions which being asked previously. But I don't want to drag on too long because I know a lot of important bills are still pending. Yes, yes, definitely. About the data, about actually, there's another set of data I got just in the Dallas County. There are so many squatters cases, and the people usually takes 48 days to 68 days and 78 days, 110 days. And just this morning, I got an email, which I'm not going to mention the name because we usually, if it's our constituents want to share their information, talking about she has to wait and for so long in order to get her property back. Okay, I yield now. Thank you. Yes, I yield
for
to
purpose.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady
Lady
yield
yield for questions.
Definitely.
Lady yields.
Chair Button, will you commit to keeping all of the amendments on this bill that have been adopted today, even if this bill goes to a conference? Will you commit to working to ensure that these amendments stay on the bill?
I am doing my very best, but I can only be responsible about what's going on in the House. The Senate part, sorry, my answer are not that long to reach.
Will you commit to fighting to make sure that the House amendments that were added, that you represent the House when you go talk to the Senate, that you keep the amendments, that you fight to keep the amendments on?
I will try my very best.
Okay, thank you. And
especially
then,
if you support this one.
Well, I can't support it, but I do agree that we need to have an expedited process to eliminate squatters. My concern is that we're throwing tenants in, so we're blurring the lines, the difference between a tenant and a squatter. I feel like I agree, we have to have a quick process to remove a squatter, but your bill just lumps them in together. So under your bill, the way it's been amended, Is there an expedited process to evict or remove a tenant?
It's a streamline the process and also standardize the process, like the issue about the Supreme Court decision for the emergency cases. It's a part of the streamline and also standardize the process.
Yes, but they will not be allowed to do the summary judgment if it's a tenant. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, so then there's no expedited process for tenants, but there is an expedited process for squatters.
That's right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that very much.
Ms. Harris-Davila, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Lady yield for
Yes.
questions. Lady yields.
Thank you. Are you aware that I filed similar legislation to yours this session?
Kind of. I don't remember. There's so many bills.
No
but-
worries. And I'll just let you know I wasn't the only member that did that. I think several members of this body filed similar legislation, and I am just thankful that you brought this. And are you aware that I have constituents who have been struggling with this as well? And are you aware I met with a couple even in March this year, and they were asking me to please support this bill and how important it is.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Thank you.
The lady's time has expired.
Thank you.
Move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
I move that all the remarks on Senate Bill 38 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Members, please excuse Representatives Gertis, Hunter, Romero, Tepper to attend a meeting of the Committee on Calendars on motion of Mr. Munoz. Is there objection? Chair has none. So ordered. Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 38. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye, Mr. Bell Coffin voting aye, Ms. Fairley voting aye, Mr. Leach voting aye, Mr. Dutton voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes, 49 nays, Senate Bill 38 passes to third reading.
Mr. Speaker.
Storekeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate.
Give me the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 823, Middleton.
Chair lays on second reading Senate Bill 815. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 815 by Schwartner, relating to the use of artificial intelligence and utilization review conducted for health benefit plans.
Ms. Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 815 ensures that adverse determinations in health insurance decisions to deny care are made by licensed professionals, not by artificial intelligence or automated systems. As technology advances, some insurance companies have started using algorithms to decide whether a treatment is medically necessary, and that raises serious concerns about fairness and accountability. So this bill prohibits AI or automated tools from making or influencing adverse determinations, allows technology to assist with administrative tasks, but not to make final coverage decisions, authorizes the Texas Department of Insurance to audit how those systems are used, and requires clear explanations when coverage is denied. Members, this bill passed the Senate unanimously. In short, it protects patients by keeping medical decisions in human hands. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 126 ayes, 4 nays. Senate Bill 815 passed third reading. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1856. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1856 by Creighton, relating to a capacity cost recovery rider for certain electric utilities.
Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1856 establishes an annual streamlined mechanism for capacity-related costs and revenues, removing them from the base rates to prevent over or under charges to customers while maintaining PUC's authority to review. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 129 ayes, 5 nays. Senate Bill 1856 passed third reading. Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SCR 5 to designate the following members as joint sponsors. Buckley.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none. So ordered. Chair lays out on committee report. SCR 5. Clerk will read the resolution.
SCR number 5 by Eckhart, directing the Texas School for the Deaf to name its middle school gymnasium the Robert Reeves Gymnasium.
Ms. Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SCR 5 directs the Texas School for the Deaf to name its middle school gymnasium the Robert Reeves Gymnasium. On April 12th of last year, the Texas School for the Deaf's governing board unanimously requested the Texas Facilities Commission for their middle school gymnasium to be named in honor of Robert Reeves, the first TSD alumnus to attend what is now Gallaudet University, who then returned to TSD to teach for 42 years and started Texas School for the Deaf's football program as their first coach. The Texas School for the Deaf Rangers and I move adoption.
Question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all members voted? 129 ayes and 5 nays. The resolution is adopted. Following announcement, clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on Transportation will meet today upon final adjournment or during receipt of messages and bill referral, if permission granted, in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum, and a formal meeting consider pending referred and committee business.
Chair lays out on committee report SCR 32. Clerk read the resolution.
SCR number 32 by Hall, directing the Texas Facilities Commission to name the new Transit Amenity Center at 207 West Point 14th Street and the Capitol Complex the Lead On Transit Amenity in honor of Justin Dart.
Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SCR 32 honors Justin Dart Jr. as a Texas leader known as the father of the ADA by naming the new Transit Amenity Center at 207 West 14th Street as a lead-on transit amenity in his honor. I move passage, and it's time for the clerk to ring the bell.
Question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 127 ayes and 8 nays. SCR 32 is adopted. Chair lays on committee report SCR 8. Clerk read the resolution.
SCR number 8 by Parker, expressing opposition to the creation of a central bank digital currency.
Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SCR 8 asserts that the state of Texas is opposed to the creation of a central bank digital currency. I move passage. Yeah.
Question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 124 ayes and 9 nays. SCR 8 is adopted. Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Counters to meet with the House in session today at 5:25 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Calendars will meet today at 5:25 p.m. in room 3W.9 in a formal meeting to consider a calendar.
Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on State Affairs to meet while the House is in session today at 8 p.m. in room 1W14, the Agricultural Museum, to consider pending referred in committee of business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following
Mr.
announcement,
Speaker.
please announce for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is the Senate meeting tomorrow on Saturday? Because I heard they were not.
The chair is not advised.
Thank you.
Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on State Affairs will meet today at 8 p.m. in room 1W.14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending referred in committee business.
Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for all committees and subcommittees to meet while the House is in session until noon on Saturday, May 24th, pursuant to their committee postings or recess motions. And for purposes of this motion, those committees and subcommittees scheduled to meet or reconvene today upon final adjournment or recess or during receipt of messages and bill referral, if permission is granted, are authorized to meet upon adoption of today's adjournment motion.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just wanted to remind you once again about tomorrow. All right, back up, members. Good. Once again, I just wanted to remind you about tomorrow morning here in the House chambers. We'll be having the Memorial Day celebration, and we're expecting the families of these Texas fallen soldiers to be here, and so it'd be wonderful if you can be here also as we have our Memorial Day ceremony. The governor and the speaker will also be participating. If you're not able to make it tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., it'd be wonderful if you can have one of your staff members maybe present here also. We would like to have a full chamber to show support for our Texas fallen veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hope to see you all tomorrow.
Members, we're going on to the items eligible calendar. First one's right here. Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Higher Education will meet today upon final adjournment or receipt of messages or bill referral, if permission granted, in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 3228 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 3228 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the Senate amendments.
Members, the Senate changed the language from battery storage facility to battery energy storage facility, aligning it with other pieces of legislation. I move to concur.
Mr. Lambert moves to concur. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 137 ayes, 0 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 2802 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 2802 with Senate amendments and recognizes Representative Busey to explain the Senate amendments.
Members, House Bill 2802 is an agreed-upon framework to restore funding soundness for the Austin Firefighters Pension Fund. The Senate amendment to House Bill 2802 has agreed to perfecting a language, ensuring benefits for the surviving children of active duty firefighters, clarifying benefit eligibility, and conforming changes. And, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in Senate amendments.
Mr. Busey moves the House concur. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Busey voting aye. Have all members voted? 134 ayes and 0 nays. The House concurs on HB 2802. Chair recognizes Ms. Hull.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 45 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 45 with Senate amendments. Recognize Ms. Hull to explain the Senate amendments.
This amendment is a collaborative effort based on feedback from prosecutors and the Office of the Attorney General. The amendment clarifies that the transfer of a case can begin after 180 days instead of the more ambiguous timeline of 6 months, and clarifies that the timeline begins when the law enforcement agency submits the case to the DA or the suspect is arrested, whichever is later. Creates a mechanism for a court order that says the OAG is prosecuting the case through a motion to substitute counsel. Requires an appeal by a prosecutor to not transfer a case to be heard within 30 days, and allows for a further interlocutory appeal by either party, delays the handover of case materials until the OAG is the new counsel, which is triggered by the submission of documentation to prosecutor and victims. Again, this was a collaborative effort based on the feedback from prosecutors and the OAG's office.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will gentlelady yield for questions?
Gentlelady for questions?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Thank you for the explanation. I was going through the Senate amendment. There was a provision that was worked on in your bill relating to the local prosecutor being able to file a motion in district court objecting to the AG's representation. There was some structure built into that, and then Mr. Vasut had an amendment to tweak that some. That was housed on page 2 of your bill, lines 9 through 20. Did anything in the Senate amendment alter that process?
One second, I'm making sure before I give you an answer. No, I do not believe so. I believe that's the same.
Okay, yeah, I'm scanning through it. Looks like
Yeah.
all the pages where changes took place, well, let's see, their printing is always different than ours. Okay, all right, thank you so much. Appreciate
Yep,
it.
you're welcome. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in Senate amendments.
Question occurs on the concurrence. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Wu voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 99 ayes and 40 nays. House Bill 45, concurrence is granted. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 1318 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 1318 with Senate amendments. Recognize Mr. Guillen to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate added a clarifying amendment that would, in cases on appeal, require judges and juries to utilize the standards established in statute when determining whether property remaining with a retail public utility is damaged or adversely affected by the grant of a single certification to a municipal utility. It's a good amendment that provides additional clarity and guidance for the established process, and so, therefore, I move to concur with Senate amendments.
Mr. Guillen moves to concur. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 110 ayes, 27 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hicklin.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would say, member, Mr. Speaker, I call up your bill number, and then with Senate amendments, then
Okay.
recognize that,
Okay.
and then you'll explain the amendments,
Okay.
and then concur.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 2894 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 2894 with Senate amendments and recognizes Representative Hicklin to explain the Senate amendments.
So the Senate added language that further defines qualifications for relief for participants in the 100% disabled veterans exemption rebate program while still maintaining the current program eligibility requirements. I move to concur with Senate amendments.
Members, you've heard the motion. This is a record vote. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair recognizes Mr. Wally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up HB 4344 by Rep. Hernandez.
The chair lays out House Bill 4344 with Senate amendments and recognizes Representative Wally to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, members, the Senate added an amendment at the request of the Department of Public Safety to streamline the process and align the language for current employees with that of prospective employees. The Senate also broadened the scope of the bill to authorize the Public Utility Commission to conduct background checks on all their employees and contractors rather than being limited to those who have access to sensitive information. And then without this amendment, DPS would have to verify that
An employee has access to sensitive information, which would create extra steps and possible liability for DPS when releasing information to the PUC. This amendment facilitates smoother logistics for DPS in the background. I move to concur with the Senate amendments.
Mr. Wally moves that the House concur in Senate amendments to HB 4344. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 126 ayes and 8 nays, the House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 4344. The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 4238 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 4238 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the Senate amendments.
Members, 4238 originally allowed victims of domestic violence and human trafficking to halt collections for coerced debt by providing a police report, identity theft court order, or FTC identity theft victims report. The Senate kept the ability for these victims to use the court order to halt collections, but took out the FTC and police report options. This is still a great step in the right direction to help these victims, so I move to concur.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Just, Mr. Meyer, Representative Meyer, help me understand the changes just a little bit. Originally in your bill, it said that debt collectors had to cease their efforts immediately. I think the Senate changed it to 7 days. Why 7 days instead of immediately?
To be honest with you, Representative Wu, the only amendment that the only change that I'm aware of is the reduction in the reports that can be provided from. I had police report, identity theft court order, FTC identity theft victims report. As I'm aware, they only took out the FTC and police report options. I'm not aware of a change in a date.
Maybe I misunderstood. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. I move to concur.
Mr. Meyer moves that the House concur in Senate amendments to HB 4238. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes and 0 nays, the House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 4238. Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin. Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Parliament inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Do we have to be, well, let me ask you this way. Do the House rules prohibit the Senate from attaching non-germane amendments to House bills and sending them back here?
Mr. Dutton, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Should I ask the parliamentarian, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Dutton, you're welcome to do that at your convenience.
All right, thank you.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 130 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 130 with Senate amendments and recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate made a couple of changes. The first change is that in the event of a bankruptcy, a medical facility, research facility, company, or nonprofit organization cannot sell genetic data to a foreign adversary. The second is the bill adds tailored language to make sure regulations do not hamper critical medical research or anonymous testing trials so that Texas continues to be the global leader in medical advancements. I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 130.
Dr. Bonin moves that the House concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 130. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 136 ayes and 0 nays, the House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 130. Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Is it a factual that if the Senate sends non-germane amendments over to the House on a House bill, a member can raise a point of order as to that bill?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Dutton. The chair recognizes Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 2775 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 2775 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Tepper to explain the Senate amendments.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Senate added Schleicher County to the I-27 Advisory Committee. I move to concur with the Senate amendments.
Mr. Tepper moves that the House concur in Senate amendments to HB 2775. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 119 ayes and 19 nays, the House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 2775. The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 34 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 34 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Metcalf to
Thank you,
explain
Mr.
the
Speaker.
Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 34 had a few changes in the Senate. These changes include the addition of a definition of a control at the beginning of the bill and a clarification to not allow big firms to indirectly invest while providing exemption for long-term pre-existing investment vehicles, allowing them to run their course in alignment with Texas' established divestment timeline. I move to concur with Senate amendments.
Mr. Metcalf moves that the House concur in Senate amendments to HB 34. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 117 ayes and 20 nays, the House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 34. The chair recognizes Mr. McLaughlin.
Mr. McLaughlin, this is the script, and you'll just say, Mr. Speaker, I call up your House.
The chair recognizes Mr. McLaughlin.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 33 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 33 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. McLaughlin to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we worked closely with the Senate on this amendment, which cuts the physical note by moving the grant program under the governor's office. It also expands eligibility to include first responders and telecommunicators to receive training through ALERT. I move the House concur with the Senate amendments.
Speaker,
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
I would ask the gentleman questions.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So the Senate did what you just said in about 3 minutes in 29 pages.
Sir, I'm sorry?
You described the amendment that the Senate put on in about 2 or 3 minutes, but it's actually 29 pages, isn't it?
Well, yes, sir, the bill is in itself, but what all this does, the physical note would have been over $190 million. So what it does, it moves it back to the governor's grant deal where the first responders and the law enforcement will have access through his office to those grants.
And they did all that in 29 pages.
Sir?
It took 29 pages for them to do all that?
Yes.
That sounds like the Senate.
Mr. McLaughlin moves that the
passage.
House concur in Senate amendments to HB 33. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. McLaughlin voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes and 0 nays, the House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 33. The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 12 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 12 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate amended the limited review reporting timelines in Section 5 and corrected drafting errors. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments.
Mr. Bell of Kaufman moves that the House concur in Senate amendments to HB 12. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted?
There being 137 ayes and 0 nays, the House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 12. Chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 148 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 148 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that we passed out of the House several weeks ago that requires training for appraisal district board members. The Senate added amendment, which I think is a good amendment that limits the bill to counties with a population of 75,000 or more. So I want to thank Senator Betancourt and Senator Nichols for their work on this. And I support the amendment, so I move to concur in Senate amendments.
Mr. Turner moves that the House concur in Senate amendments to HB 148. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 100 ayes and 38 nays, the House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 148. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
I'd like to raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill.
Mr. Wally, one moment, please. We need to let Dr. Oliverson lay the bill out first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 4273 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 4273 with Senate amendments and recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the Senate amendments.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
I'd like to raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 4273 under Rule 11, Section 2 of the House Rules, that the Senate amendments aren't germane to the bill.
Mr. Wally, please bring your point of order down front.
Mr. Wally raises a point of order against further consideration of the Senate amendments on HB 4273 under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that the amendments are not germane to the bill. As it left the House, the bill was narrowly drafted to close a statutory loophole that prevented the imposition of penalties on a Medicaid provider. It accomplished this by requiring Medicaid providers to declare the type of license under which they were providing services. The Senate amendments added a number of new restrictions and requirements addressing how the Health and Human Services Commission verifies applicants' eligibility for Medicaid. The amendments are not on the same subject as the bill and are not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The Senate directs the Chief Clerk to return the bill to the Senate for further action. Mr. Yalla, for what purpose?
Point of information.
State your point of information.
Has the Speaker broken any gavels today?
Not today.
Has the Speaker's office received new gavels?
That is my understanding.
Is the design of those gavels different or better?
We will see.
It is my understanding that these are the same gavels provided to the Senate. Is that true?
Chair is not advised.
And yet none of them have broken in the Senate, as I'm told. Is that true?
Chair is not advised.
Does that reflect the strength of the House of Representatives in this building?
You could take it that way.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I co-op HB 4850 with the Senate amendments.
Chair lays out 4850 with Senate amendments. Recognize Ms. Button to explain the Senate amendments.
The Senate fixed two drafting arrows and clarified assigned staff should report to the executive director. I move to concur.
Question occurs on concurrence. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? 115 ayes, 18 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Canales.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 2733 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 2733 with Senate amendments. Recognize Mr. Canales to explain the Senate amendments.
So basically, Mr. Speaker, members, what the Senate did is they added a definition regarding communications on any digital platform so that a judge could determine in any sort of hearing what the actual definition of the communications are, and I move to concur with Senate amendments.
The question is on the motion to concur. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. All members voted. Have all members voted? 131 ayes and 6 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever.
Script right here if you need it. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 4783 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 4783 with Senate amendments. Recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate simply added a couple of lines that really clarify which sections are referenced in the bill. I move the House concur with Senate amendments.
Mr. Van Dever moves the House concur. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 112 ayes, 24 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up House Bill 4187 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out 4187 with Senate amendments. Recognize Mr. Metcalf to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4187 had a few changes in the Senate. These changes include directing the Texas Historical Commission to train its staff and volunteers using standardized developed framework, I move to accept Senate amendments.
Mr. Metcalf moves the House concur with Senate amendments. As a record vote, clerk ring the bell.
Thank you, sir.
Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 129 ayes and 9 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments. Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 39 with Senate amendments.
Chair lays out House Bill 39 with Senate amendments. Recognize Mr. Lopez to explain the Senate amendments.
The Senate amendments will allow the vital statistics and Texas Veterans Commission to fulfill the reporting requirements and allow time to meet the reporting deadlines. I move to concur with the Senate amendments.
Mr. Lopez moves the House concur with Senate amendments. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 133 ayes and 4 nays. The House concurs in Senate amendments.
I think there's the script.
I need to know what the...
On SB 2155.
Okay.
Yep. And then I'll read the ones he appoints.
Okay.
If there's any objection to the motion. Oh, and you probably want to keep a copy of this for yourself.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to grant a request to the Senate to appoint a conference committee on Senate Bill 2155.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 2155. Kitzman, Chair. Bella Kaufman, Buckley, Canales, Hull.
Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. Ms. Noble moves the House adjourned till 12 p.m. Saturday. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands adjourned.